yourself up and continue. But for an adult, when he kicks something on his way to somewhere and fail, he gets up, look back to know what causes the fall, and then dust himself and continue. The reason is that so that next time he doesn't fall victim of the same thing again. We have given this story, this history about the advent of Ottoman Danfodio in the 1800s and how the kingdom that is led by Danfodio was established. But let's understand what exactly was the basis. Before Danfodio came, even before his father, before he was born, because he was born then, before his father, before he was born, who are the people that owns the land? Any Hausa man can bear me witness that there is this kind of story like, a folk tale kind of song that is being sung amongst the Hausa people and other tribe that came to meet them. Akwai wani wakan da ake yi a lokacin da muna nan a yara, when we were little, there's this song they sing. They said, Fulani biri bakanta ne koko bajari kare urkumbare wajukun gyada burmawa susa and so on and so forth. This tribe mentioned in this song, Fulani biri. This Fulani is monkey. Why? Because Fulani is believed not to have a home, and Fulani lives in the bush and sleep on the tree. Okay, then you have Kantanawa, Kantanekoko, you have Bajari Kare, you have Urkumbarewa, you have Jeta, Brumawa, Susa, and the rest of them. Because the Brumawa people like to eat vegetables. In this song, that is as old as the Hausa people are, you never hear the mention of Hausa and Fulani together. Never. A cikin wakan nan ba inda ake kiran sunan Bahaushe da Bafulatani a cikin a guri daya. Ba a ce Hausa Fulani. Ba a ce Bahaushe dan wan Bafulatani. Ba a ce Bafulatani dan wan Bahaushe. Amma Fulani an sa sunan shi daban da mun da Hausawa babu dangantaka tsakaninsu. These two people have no relationship. Hausawa a garinsu a gobir da wurare da yawa kun kami iyayen ɗan fodiyo masu sun ce wai akwai gurin da ake kiran shi kasan Hausawa. The Hausa people have lived on their land long before Danfodio and even his grandparents will ever hear that there is a place called Hausa land. But what happened? Maya Faru. They came to the land, the Hausa people accepted them and gave them just a normal, if you know a Hausa person, you know that a typical Hausa man is very hospitable, very, very loving, and very honest. When you talk about Northerners being honest, you are talking about a typical real blood Hausa man. They allowed them, they came with their cows, their cattle. They were nomads, they give them land. Planu kan su makiyaya ne, Hausawa kuma su manoma ne. Da su Planu kan suka zo kasan Hausa sun ba su wuri, sun ba su abinci, sun ba su wurin kwana. After the Moaba, they don't have any problem. Sun ba su dama, sun ba su wurin zama, suka zauna. Amma shekaru gaba da suke zuwa, sai Uthman Dan Fodio ya zo ya ga cewa kai, ita ina, ai wannan Hausawan su ma Kulawa ne, su ba asalin musulmai ba ne, irin musulunci irin nasu ba musulunci da gaskiya ba ne. Ya kamata mu cire kamata a yi juyin mulki, sai ya yaudare su. Sai ya yaudare su, har Hausawa ya yaudare su, ya juya hankalinsu, ya juya tunaninsu, ya ce mutanen nan, sarakunan nan ya kamata mu cire su, ya kamata mu yi jihad. Domin musulunci da su suke bi ba musulunci da gaskiya ba ne, ai su maguzawa ne, ai su yan gargajiya ne, ai su addinin tasu ba addinin da ya halarta ba ne. Ya kamata mu yi mai, ya kamata mu kashe su, mu cire su, mu juya mulkin domin ni Dan Fodiyo don yi mulki mai adalci fiye da mulkin da su sarakunan Hausawa suke yi. Haka ya gaya mu a 1804. He came in and he looked at the kings and he said, no, these people are not practicing the real Islam. He's talking to a Hausa man who have received Islamic religion long before the father of Uthman Dan Fodio will even find Nigeria. Way long before that, through trade with the people from the Sahel, the people from the Arab nation. A typical Hausa man practices his religion alongside his tradition. Dan Fodio said, no, that is not true Islam. We have to remove these people, and their kings are not fair. Their leadership or their rulership is not right. I am going to give you a better rulership. So we have to dismantle these people through jihad. That is how Uthman Dan Fodio led the jihad against the kings of the Hausa people and toppled against the kings of the Hausa people and toppled them, killed them, even father and son. Destroyed their lineage and put his children, his brothers, his cousins in all the kingship of the entire Hausa land, starting from Gobir and other parts, Taura and the rest of them. When he placed his people there, he now introduced what will now be known as Fodionchi, not Islam. So what you see some of them practicing today, if you are not Natal, tell me, if you are a Muslim and you are from the north, how many Fulani people do you know who are truly Muslims? They involve themselves in some of the darkest and blackest magic you can think of. And yet, they executed someone because they believe he practices a centristic Islam, an Islam that seems to marry the tradition of a Hausa man and the tradition of the Quran, or the people of Makkah, which is presented by Islam. Now, Hausawa ko musulmai ko wanda su yan gargajiya ne ko wanda kuma su Kirista ne, in kai ba haushe ne, tambaye kanka, shaddi da su ka suke yi a ina yake a Qur'ani, a ina yake a addinin musulunci? Shaddi wanda su ka suke yi a kowane shekara, a ina yake? If you are a true Hausa person, whether you are a Muslim Hausa or you're a Christian Hausa or you're a traditional Hausa, a truly Hausa person, ask yourself, there is a cultural activity that is performed by the Fulanis every year. It's called Shadi, where they go to select wife, themselves up, commit blood, and all these things. In which part of the Quran, the Hadith, do you find that practice? That is their culture. And yet it was okay for them to bring it into Islam. But a Hausa king is not free to practice his tradition alongside Islam. Yau muna da ‘yan wanzam, in ‘yan wanzam suka yi aihu suke sunansu suna yin al'adansu na gargajiya. Amma idan Bahaushe ya yi sai ce, ai na wannan maguzanci ne ya kamata a kashe shi. To abin da ke faruwa a arewacin Najeriya ba asalin zancen musulunci ba ne a ina, zancen fodiyonci ne. Planuka ne suke so su zauna a kan yankin kowa, a ci zarafin kowa, a ci kashin kowa, a kwace zancen mutane da kuma a walakantar da su. A mai da su ba'i a kasansu. What is happening in the northern part of Nigeria has nothing in real sense to do with Islam in its truest form. It is the spread of Fodiolism, or Fodionchi as the Hausa people refer to it. The religion of Dan Fodio has nothing to do with Islam as it is purest. It is the means by which the caliphate wants to dominate the entire people, take the shares that belong to them, subjugate them, and continue to subject them to the most inhuman treatment and take what their inheritance actually are. And I will show you in our modern time one of the examples. Bari mu ba ku wani example don ku gani. A yau, tun da muka shiga mulkin farin hula a shekara 1999 har zuwa yau, tun da aka fara maganar zoni, yaushe ne an taɓa raba mulki a ce yau mulkin nan ya je hannun mutanen arewa wanda aka taɓa zaɓi wanda shi ba Fulatani ba ne. Idan kai Bahaushe tambaye kanka, tun 1999 shekara 1999 har yau, yaushe ne aka taɓa ce yau ko a shekarar nan ko kuma shekarar nan ana so juyin mulki ya je hannun mutanen arewa, ya je gefen mutanen arewa. Yaushe ne aka taɓa zaɓin wanda shi ba Fulatani ba ne? Faɗa mun ɗaya daga cikin su. Waye? Da wanda suka gwada ba su samu mulkin ba, da wanda suka samu mulkin dukansu ba Fulatani, dukansu Fulanika ne. What I'm trying to say, for those who don't understand what I'm saying in Hausa language, if you're an Hausa man, ask yourself this simple question. Since Nigeria claimed to become democratic since 1999, let's forget about the ones that have gone beyond. You can even go back to that if you want, but let's forget about that for a moment. Since 1999, when we are saying that we are practicing democracy and there is power rotation, every time that power has been rotated to the north, if you're an Hausa man listening to me, I want you to name one person, not two, just one, in any of those times, that okay, the power has been zoned to the north. So we are producing a candidate. Tell me one time when a Hausa, when anybody, let me know means Hausa, anybody besides a Fulani person was nominated to be the flag bearer of any major ruling party. From Abubakar Rimi to today. Abubakar Rimi, or is it Yaradua? Is it Buhari? Is it Atiku Abubakar? None. When President Abiola had problem, if Abiola refused to pick Atiku as a running mate, decided he was going to pick Babagana King Ibe, what happened to the election? The Fulani people swore that for defying them and not picking Atiku, he would never ever be president, no matter what. The Yorubas who always want to blame Igbo for everything, they know what I'm talking about, but they won't talk about it. That is why when Obasanjo was brought in as compensation, one of the conditions was that he will pick Atiku, that Abiola rejected. That is why when they gave opportunity for the Yoruba people to produce candidates, I'm digressing a little bit, but forgive me. They insisted and rejected the popular choice of the Yoruba people, which was Olufalaye, and made sure that a compromised figure who will dance to their tune, who owe his life to them, who was Olusegun Obasanjo, was going to be the choice, and the condition was the same deputy that, or the same vice that Abiola rejected, he was going to pick it, and promised that after his turn, he will make sure that Abiola becomes the president. So if you are a Hausa man, ask yourself, idan ke Bahaushiya ne, idan ke Bahaushe, tambaye kanka, tambaye kanki. Wato ba Bahaushe da ya yi makaranta da ilimi wanda ya isa ya zama shugaban kasa a Najeriya ne? Ask yourself, if you are a Hausa person, male or female, does it mean that there is no truly Hausa person who is educated and wise enough to be the president of Nigeria? So why is it that whenever power is rotated and zoned to the north, no other tribe is qualified to produce a candidate except a Fulani person? This program, you can always call. The numbers are always mentioned after the program. Tell me. It is always the people that are chosen by the Fulanis and the Fulanis people that are doing. Meanwhile, the Hausa people remain the majority in the north. So you ask yourself, why was that identity of Hausa Fulani formed? And I will tell you, it is a simple, what I will simply call name laundry. Because they know that their name and identity is bad. They have to attach it to a noble and honest and trusted identity so that they can maneuver them with their ways and control the entire people. And this systematic operation is continued to be upheld by that throne, that colonial throne of Uthman Danfodio that is continued to be sustained by the Sardauna of Sokoto, by the Sultan of Sokoto. That is as simple as that. Shi wannan wulakanci na mutane wanda su ne wanda su ne mafi yawa a kasan arewa gabaki daya. Hausawa su suka fi yawa a kasan arewa. Amma wannan cin wulakanci wato niyya ne wanda Fulani suka yi tun daga lokacin Usman Danfodio har yau. Da Usman Danfodio shi da jikokinsu Sardauna Sultan of Sokoto wanda wata yarwana tana kiran shi Sultan of Sokoto. Shi ne ya jikan Usman Danfodio. Shi yake tabbatar cewa duk ayyukan da Usman Danfodio ya fara, duk cin zarafin da ya fara, duk wulakanci da yake ma Hausawa cewa za a ci gaba da yinsa. In ba ku tashi ba, in ba ku yi wani abu ba, dole ne a ci gaba da ci zarafi. Wannan ne gaskiya ne. Ko Allah bari taimake ku ba, in ba ku taimaki kanku ba. If you do not get up, if you do not do anything, this continuous subjugation and cheating will continue, because even the Almighty will not help you if you do not help yourself. It is time for you to know that you are the majority. It is time for you to know that you can't just keep quiet. It is time for you to know that you are not Hausa Fulani, because there is no such thing. You don't come from the same place, you have no similar ancestry, you have not the same language. Recently, scholars, so to say, of Fulani descent have been everywhere talking trash, saying that Hausa is just the name of a nation, that Hausa is not the people. Wai yau ba Fulatani da baya da gari, baya da ƙasa, baya da tufafi, baya da al'ada. Fulatani yau sai ya gaya maka cewa ai Hausa ko kuma Hausawa al'umma ne ba kabila ba ne. Renin wayo fa, renin wayo ta asali. Ba Fulatani yau da shi bai da gari, bai da ƙasa, bai da al'ada. Yau yana gaya maka ce ba huce cewa ba huce cewa ba haushe ba kabila ba ne, al'umma ce. Yau ba Fulatani yana gaya maka cewa kashi 80 a cikin 100 ta yaren Bahaushe Fulatanci ce. In ba rainin waye bane mai wannan. Today, a Fulani man who has no culture, no tradition, has no land, has no attire, has no identity per se, is now telling you that the name Hausa is not an ethnicity or a tribe, but rather is just a country or a nation. What other insult more than this? In other words, they are trying to tell you that the name Hausa is just like Nigeria. Nobody is really a Nigerian. Everybody has a tribe, and the name Hausa is just a nation or a country, sorry, of which, the language that is being spoken, that is called Hausa language, is 80% Fulani. Maybe for those who don't understand Hausa and at least a bit of Fulani, they may be confused, because some of us in the south call everybody Hausa man. But you, as a Hausa man, knows that that is the biggest insult anybody can give to you. So indeed, the root of your problem is the Fulani man, and is being led by the Sardauna of Sokoto and all other people that are under his leadership. Onkwoso, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, Matawale, and the rest of them. The Magban and whatever, they are all an appendage of the Sardauna of the Sultan of Sokoto. Please, Master Jonathan, you can come in and we will take it from there. You can come in and we will take it from there.
Mazi. There's something that used to baffle me, Mazi. How the Hausa, the Hausa is a very large race that even extended to many other countries like Niger Republic, even till I think Burkina Faso or something like that. As large as they are, they were easily conquered and manipulated and continued being manipulated under the Fulani of the Sokoto Caliphate. Because one thing that happened.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
The sound went off.
Sorry, I was talking. I
can't hear anything from your side.
Can you hear me now? I was talking. I was hearing you very well. Can you hear me? Mazi, can you hear me? No, I don't know why. I don't know why. So, what? Mazi, can you hear me now? Mazi, can you hear me now? Mazi Opas, can you hear me now? My goodness me. Mazi Opas, can you hear me now? No, then check your system. Mazi Opas, can you hear me now? Okay, I cannot hear you. Your voice is not coming out. But let us continue, please. As I was saying, let us also go back to the starting of this Sokoto Caliphate. There was nothing like Sokoto Caliphate prior to 1804. Rather, it was Hausa Kingdom. It was indigenous people that were themselves, they were staying by themselves, doing their own thing. For you to understand how things work in this world, because this is a world I don't know. Mazi. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay. So what I was trying to say is this. How was or how we are a people like the Hausa Kingdom, very large, and a people that have their structure prior to 1804. There was nothing like the Sokoto Caliphate. It was during the time of Ottoman Danfodio, and when you check Ottoman Danfodio, he was born by Fulani parents that came as headsmen, headspeople. They go with their families to the Hausa Kingdom. They were normal, ordinary people. And the Hausa hosted them. They were staying in Hausa land, normal. And Ottoman Danfodio was born and he grew up as a Quranic teacher. He now started preaching to the Hausas, telling them to turn against themselves. Prior to that, because many people or some people thought that the Fulani brought Islam to Hausa land, which is a lie from the pit of hell. The Hausa, the Fulani, Ottoman and Fodio, manipulated the Hausas using religion. Religion they knew. He now came to preach to them the purer version, telling them that the one they are practicing is not the real Islam, because they were tolerant. They were living with their brothers and sisters, unbelievers. They were living with infidels. And all of a sudden he divided them. For you to understand the danger of religion, he divided them. Before King Yunfa will understand, they broke into fighting. Hausa fighting Hausa. And before they can say Jack, some Hausas have killed their king and slaughtered their fellow Hausas because of religious division, which was incited by a foreigner, Othman Danfodio. He did it, manipulated them for the advancement of the Fulani. Mazi, up till date, which we are seeing just of lately, which is something that was started by Radio Biafra. I'm proud to say it, that the Hausas now are understanding. Mazi, the same Sokoto Caliphate established for the principles of jihadism by the Fulani to advance. That is why I used to call it Fulanization. Britain came during the colonial period, and the caliphate was able to manipulate, though they were defeated, the caliphate, but they smartly aligned with Britain and arranged with them not to destroy their structure, and left the Sokoto Caliphate inside Nigeria. Unfortunately, or fortunately for others, because before the advent of Britain to the north, the Sokoto Caliphate went as far as even some part of Cameroon, Niger Republic, even till Burkina Faso. And when you check all these places, the old Sokoto Caliphate, that is where today you see the terrorists that are highly active, because they want to restore the Sokoto Caliphate to the purest form. Prior to 1903, when the Sokoto Caliphate was finally defeated by the British colonialists. Today, they are fighting back, installing what has been, dismantled, trying to use Nigeria in order to Fulanize or to embed all the indigenous population into the Sokoto Caliphate. That is the second rise in power of the Sokoto Caliphate. That is what we are witnessing today. Because whatever you see Boko Haram fighting, the ideology of Boko Haram, the ideology of ISIS, Lukarawa, ISWAP, Wulu, Mahmuda, all them, name all of the terrorist organizations, Fulani headsmen, so-called bandits, all of them, they have the same goal and ideology, which is the complete restoration of the Sokoto Caliphate. And where are they restoring it? In the enclave of the indigenous population in Nigeria. If what we are saying here is not making you to shiver, which means you are indifferent, which means you are completely, dead. I am telling you, what you are seeing happening today in Nigeria, it is completely orchestrated. Today, when you see that Trump, this is not the first time that Nigeria was put under CPC. Trump put Nigeria in CPC, that is country of particular concern, in 2017, during his first time of power. But because he had to fight, he lost election and Biden took over. They lobbied the Democrats because that is where they have, you see, mostly the Sokoto Caliphate, they are friends with the American Democrats mostly. If not for this problem, these things that have risen, we wouldn't have known that even APC, that Tinubu APC, they contributed money to the Democratic candidate, presidential candidate, Kamala Harris, during the campaign. We wouldn't have known. So that Trump will not ever make it. So that had it been Kamala Harris won, by now they will continue in their farmers headers clash. Farmers headers clash. This is what they have been pushing. If people cry, Christians are slaughtered. Borno State today, that was 30% Christian state, is all gone. Almost the whole Christian communities has been abolished. The people there are now staying in refugee camps in other places. So, Mazi, how do you think that the Hausas can take back what belongs to them? They are numerous. The Fulani tribe, when it comes to numbers, is nothing. But the issue is that they have been brainwashed. The Fulani Almajiris. I mean the Hausa Almajiris. Fulani have turned the Hausas into Almajiris. They started do Mazi Obasi. What the most pathetic part of it is that as they are doing the Northerners, the Fulani, manipulating the Northerners, the Sokoto Caliphate, they are trying to nationalize the whole manipulation. I am telling you. They are trying to make sure that even Biafrans were turned into Almajiris in a way. And that is what is happening. That is why they empower the Igbo politicians to kill their people. So that during elections, people will line up and the political class will be throwing packets of Indomie to the population as dogs. When you throw foods to pigeon, a group of pigeons, they will be scavenging for it, or dogs. That is the complete Almajerization. I call it Almajerization of Biafrans. It is taking place. You don't dare talk. Look at Imo State Governor. Is Supreme Court imposed something that is abomination in our land. They imposed Hope on Imo State and nothing happened. Mazi, please, you come into this. How do you think that this thing is going to be stopped? How did the Hausa allow this till today? I know that some of them are rising up Their voices, they are rising up little by little. But for me, it is not enough. Although Rome is not built in a day. When you tell our people that, look, there is danger, there is complete Fulanization that is going on in Nigeria. They are turning Nigeria, the Sokoto Caliphate is manipulating everybody, turning Nigeria into a feudal system where ordinary people have no voice. You don't dare talk. The politicians will disappear you. That is feudal system. That is happening in the north. And they brought it down to our land. Something that you never witnessed before. Because in Biafra land, we are Republicans in nature. We can quarrel. Everybody have right to his own opinion. People can rise up, make demands, talk about things. But today, it is no longer the issue. They want us to be like the Northerners, like how the Fulani turned the houses into Babayala, so that we become beggars and scavengers. The population, you don't dare talk. If you talk, they unleash thugs on you. They unleash criminals on you. They kidnap you. That is the complete Fulanization and Amajerization of the whole Nigeria. Mazi, please come in again, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again, Master Jonathan. You see, like once again, our people say, if you do not know where the rain begin to beat you, let me use that direct language, you will not know where it will stop. To understand what needs to be done, you will need to understand what has been done and how to undo it. In order to understand what has been done, we need to be able to compare similar situations and understand how it applies. Then we can be able to undo that. What happened in Gobir in 1804 is not very much different from what happened in Ilorin. I want us to put that in that perspective. What happened in Gobir could be years before what happened in Ilorin, but there is one thing that they have in common: the desire to maintain power, ambition. Ambition, which in itself is not bad, but ambition and not minding what price, the unholy alliance against your own people. When Uthman Danfodio wanted to reform, so to say, the Hausa leadership, called them corrupt and called them, all these things, a particular dynasty, the Habe dynasty, decided that, oh, this guy is very influential. Let's use him. If you can use him for this reform, we can maintain our influence. They brought in Danfodio against their own people, and when he is able to turn things around, he killed them and took over the power. In Ilorin, Are Onakankafo was influenced by this Fulani, power mongers, Alimi. Alimi influenced him. Why do you want, to remain under the control of the Alafion for your? Why? You are a warrior. Without you, there is no, Oyo kingdom. Without you, I mean, you are the general. You are the field marshal. You are the leader of the entire army. Without you, the Alafion for you is nobody. Now you are here. We can help you to take over Ilorin, to take off all the people who are on your way, and we will make you the king, and you will become king. So he was deceived. Alimi Saleh deceived him, and he was happy to use them. In his mind, he was using them. When he was able to grab power, and the Fulanis were becoming very, telling him what to do. He thought they put him there for his own good. No, they put him there to rule by through him, and with the long-term goal of taking over after him. But when he became too wise early, Alimi's slave son made sure that he took the army and turned against him and killed him. So Ilorin fell till today and become an emirate. Tarihin abin da ya faru da mutanen Ilorin da kuma abin da ya faru da Hausawa na arewacin Najeriya, in ka duba shi da kyau, kun san cewa sun yi kama. Son mulki da juya baya ga 'yan uwanku shi ke kawo irin wannan mallakan. Shi ya sa Bafulatan suka samu dama kashe sarkin Gobirawa, sarkin Hausawa, suka kwace mulkin ƙasashen Hausawa, wanda har yau, har ila yau suna cin zarafin Hausawa. Shi hakan nan ma ya faru a Ilorin. Idan kuka manta, idan ko kuma ba ku tuna, ko kuma ba a muku tarihin abin da ya faru da iyayenku ba a matsayinku na Hausawa, ko kuma 'yan Hausawa, ya kamata ku dubi abin da ya faru da Yarbawan Ilorin. Ya faru da Are Ona Kankafo. Me yake so? Me ya nima? Me ke zuciyan shi? Me yasa ya samu kanshi a hannun planukan da su suka samu daman kashe shi, har yau aka kwace sarautan Ilorin, har yau ya zama kasan planuka, har ma al'adan Yarbawa a Ilorin yau an hana su yi. Idan baka san tushin damuwanka ba, lalle dai baka samu maganinsa ba. If you don't know the root cause of your problem, you cannot find a solution. Ya kamata mu duba asalin damuwan, menene tushinsa, a ina ya fara. Kun san dai hikiman planuka shine wanda ku Hausa kuke kiran shi hikiman angulu da kan zabo. The trick that the Fulani are using is what the Hausa people call hikima angulu the kanzabo. That is presenting a vulture with the head of a guinea fowl. The disguise. They put their own self and they tell you, oh, we are one of you. That is how Ilorin fell. That is how Gobir fell. And that is how other towns in the northern Nigeria are continuing to fall. That is the same tactic they are employing to install leaders in our own land that they can control from far. But we are stubborn. So, this is how it happened. How do you now correct this? Like you said, the voice of education have started. People are speaking up. People have now understood that there is no such thing as Hausa Fulani. Over 700 men, Fulani men, according to Khartoum, about 700 Fulani men have conducted, Fulani men who are married 700 Fulani, sorry, Hausa men, forgive me, about 700 Hausa men who are married to Fulani women have divorced their wife because they have conducted DNA and realized that while they are married to a Fulani woman, she is busy bearing children by Fulani men to continue the lineage of the Fulani people. So the first of thing you need to do is what you are doing now. You are educating yourself. You are calling out the people. You are raising your voices. You are beginning to know that you are not a Fulani man. That the atrocities of a Fulani man cannot be ascribed to you as a people, as a Hausa man. That a Fulani man is committing those, you know, our people will say that, you know, the anus from which he fat sounded doesn't get the beating, doesn't get the knock, but the head. You know, when the anus fat, the head gets the knock. When a Fulani man commits a crime, the Hausa man gets the punishment. Now you are learning. You have understood that you are not the same. That is the starting point. The next point is that you must make sure that you extricate yourself of everything that has to do with them. Cire kanku a duk kowane abin da ya haɗa ku da su. Addini dai na musulunci ya riga da ya zo. Kuma kun shiga musulunci kun musulunta wanda su yau musulmai ne a cikin Hausawa. Musulunci ya shiga kasan Hausawa tun kamin aka haife baban Usman da karan kanshi. Saboda haka ba wanda zai iya ce muku yau a matsayinku na musulmai wanda ku Hausawa ne, a matsayinka na Bahaushe wanda kai musulmi ne, babu Platin da zai iya gaya maka cewa Usman da Fodio shi ya kawo muku musulunci. To ya kamata ku cire kanku a duk abin da ya haɗa ku da planuka. Ku sa kowa ya san cewa ku ba su bane, da aikin ta'addancin su da musu jikokin yan ta'addanci ne. They are the great grandchildren of terrorists. Was a terrorist, and so are every establishment he has established to today, represented by the Sultan of Sokoto. So you have to remove yourself from everything that links you with the Fulani. Secondly, you have to desist from marrying a Fulani woman and maintain your lineage. And beyond that, you have to ensure that by whatever means necessary, that you do not only defend yourself, but that you took over leadership. You took over leadership. Out of 44 local governments in Kanu State, 34 is headed entirely by a Fulani man, and the 10 is shared among other tribes. You start from there. You have to stop that. You have to make sure that the caliphate is dismantled. You don't listen to what the Sultan is telling you anymore, because he's not your king. The Sultan is the king of the Fulani people. He is not your king. So why should you listen to him? As a Hausa man in Kano State, in Zamfara, in Katsina, will you take instruction from the Oni of Ife or from the Obi of Onisha? No, you won't. So why should you take instruction from Sultan of Sokoto? Why should you? Why should you? Sultan of Sokoto ba sarkin ku ba sarkin Hausawa ba ne. Aina, shi sarkin Fulanuka ne, bai kamata ku bi maganan shi ba. Duk abin da ya gaya muku bai kamata ku ji shi ba, domin shi ba sarkinku ba ne. In ya ba ku umarni bai kamata ku ji ba, in ya ce ku yi wani bai ma kamata ku saurare shi ba. Tun lokacin da Fulanuka ‘yan uwan shi, jikokin shi, wanda shi ya kawo su daga wurare da yawa, su ma suka faɗa wai su suka kawo Fulanuka daga ƙasashe da yawa har Sierra Leone suka kawo su. Domin tsananin aikin ta'addanci, wanda yau Sheikh Usman Gumi da su Sardaunan Sokoto dukansu suna goyon bayansu. Yaushe suka iya bude baki suka ce muku ayyukan da su yan ta'addancin suke yi bai kamata ba. Ba su faɗa domin su suka tura su. When have you heard Sheikh Gumi and the Sultan of Sokoto and all of these people ever complain about the works or the activity of these Fulani terrorists? They will never, because they sent them. They work for them. So if you do not speak now, if you do not rebel now, the only way you can sustain yourself, protect your dignity, and ensure that your great-grandchildren will grow up and be proud of who you are is that you rebel today. Do not take instruction from anybody who is not naturally your king. And as it is now, you have no king. Your last king, the king of Gobru, was killed because of what? Because he refused for a peaceful deal with the terrorists. Sarkin Gobir wanda kwanan nan aka kashe shi, me yasa aka kashe shi? Domin ya ce shi ba ruwan shi da sulhu da yan ta'adda. Ya ce in maganar sulhu ne gaskiya shi ba ruwan shi da sulhu. An gayyace shi gidan sarkin musulmi, Sultan of Sokoto. Ya je gidan shi, sun gama taro a gidan shi, ya ce shi sulhu dai gaskiya aina. Bare iya sulhu da masu kisa ba, bare iya sulhu da yan ta'addanci ba. Idan ya sulhu da su, me dai gaya ma yara da kuma iyayen da aka kashe musu yara da kuma yaran da aka kashe musu iyaye, me dai gaya musu idan ya yi sulhu da yan ta'addanci. Ya bar gidan Sultan of Sokoto a hanyar shi zuwa garin shi zuwa Gobir, aka iske shi a hanya, aka kama shi, daga baya sun kashe shi. Je ka duba, shi ba Fulatani ne? Fulanuka, sarakuna nawa wanda su Fulanuka ne wanda yau yan ta'adda sun kama su sun kashe su? Babu. How many, which of the kings, which of the emirs that are Fulanis that has been captured by these terrorist Fulani herdsmen and were killed? There is none. All the ones that have been killed are indigenous people. So, suna kan Kiristoci, suna kan wanda su kira su arna, da hankali da a dawo kan in ba ku yake su yau ba, idan ba ku yake su da wuri ba, irin wulakancin da kuke ci yau a shekara 10 da ke zuwa zai zama kamar wasan yara. If you do not fight them today, you do not oppose them today, you do not rebel against them today, the kind of subjugation you have been subjected to today, in the next 5 to 10 years, compared to it will be child's play. So yes, education, one, as you are doing, rebel Fight it and don't take instruction from anybody who is not one of you. As simple as that. Mazi Jonathan, please.
There, Mazi. Thank you very much. Before we go into a few minutes break, after which I'll open the lines, I want to also ask people that are listening, mostly Nigerians today, the indigenous population in Nigeria. You know, owing to the fact of the establishment of the Sokoto Caliphate, it is through conquest, jihadism, which they maintained, and it is what the Sokoto Caliphate has been leading. The insecurity, the genocide that has been going on in Nigeria is part of the plan of the Sokoto Caliphate. In order to colonize everywhere, I call it colonization via Islamization. This is it was what happened. It was the same manipulation used by Ottoman Fodio to deceive, to turn Hausa land into Sokoto Caliphate today. I am really disturbed by the rate of the Caliphate's manipulation of Nigerians. All of a sudden, Nigerians become, or some Nigerians were turned into patriots of Nigeria, irrespective of what they have been lamenting, crying, the Fulani killing everybody, everywhere. They have admitted in several occasions that these were foreigners that were brought into Nigeria to kill Nigerians. El-Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State, admitted going outside Nigeria to pay the foreign Fulanis to stop killing Nigeria. Kau Baraje revealed that they imported foreign Fulanis to come to help them win election, I think in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, the date. Nigerians didn't rise up in order to defend their sovereignty that time. Nigerians didn't ask questions, there was no complete total outcry that the sovereignty of Nigeria has been broken by foreigners coming to kill Nigerians. Sheikh Gumi continued defending, even till today, defending the terrorists. He didn't hide it openly, telling Nigerians that the Fulani terrorists that are killing everybody should be pampered, that they have the right. It is that they are on a revenge mode, that they should be given particular privileges that we are not given to Nigerians. These are foreigners. Nigerians are not outraged that the sovereignty of Nigeria has been breached by foreign Fulanis. All of a sudden, they are still manipulating Nigerians into playing their card. It is absurd. Mazi, it is absurd. I cannot fathom this. It is completely absurd. When you study how the Europeans colonize Africa and other parts of the world, little Europeans, you see that it is the same thing that is repeating itself. Look at the Europeans that are our nearest neighbors and brothers, I can say. But because of one thing or the other, I cannot understand. I used to listen to the interview of Harold Smith before he died, where he revealed that the hatred between Yoruba and Igbos is artificial. It was artificially created by Britain. That Igbos and Yorubas should never work together politically. I say should never. Otherwise, that if these two people work together politically, that Britain have lost Nigeria. We reveal all these things day by day. But Nigerians fail to catch the gist. It baffles me, honestly. You never see a Yoruba presidential candidate in Nigeria in any way that has an Igbo vice president or Igbo presidential candidate that have Yoruba vice president. But rather, each and every one of them must be connected to the northern president or vice presidential candidate. Each and every one of them. So you see what is going on. You are seeing Nigerian indigenous population being swallowed whole, and you become helpless. You say, what is happening? Why are people not waking up, understanding the handwriting on the wall? It baffles me, honestly. Sheikh Gumi is moving around freely. He's not arrested. He's a good Nigerian citizen. He's a terrorist leader. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is rendition. He's inside the DSS jungle. It strikes me, it baffles me what is happening. Why are people struck with ignorance? It baffles me. The caliphate is continuing their manipulations on Nigerians. It baffles me. It sends goosebumps on me sometimes, honestly. I cannot understand. Is it money they unleash? Is it what is happening? The propaganda. Before you can know it, they must have swallowed everybody. Today you are seeing news, fake news everywhere, propaganda by the Nigerian media. All of a sudden, oh, Nigerian military, they strike terrorists everywhere. Nigerian military, oh, the Nigerian Air Force intensifies airstrikes, hit terrorists across the 6 northern states. Why are people, Nigerians, are allowing themselves to be deceived in this kindergartenish manner? I ask. Why? What is the problem? I cannot understand. Mazi, there is this thing I want to play, please. You can interpret it. Unless I forget, before I open the lines, please. It is by, I think you sent it to me. It is by the Fulani terrorists that was speaking. Listen, please. Mazi, can you hear me, Mazi Obasi? Mazi Obasi, are you there? Okay. Just listen. Let me play this.
Idan ba su so mu yi ba mu yi, kuma ai ga aya yau sun kira mu so suke mu bari, kuma da yarda Allah mun bari daga yau. Haka ne, ku talaka in kun tashi.
Listen again.
Ku yi kuka da mu yan ta'adda, ku yi kuka da shugabanninku, su suka so mu yi. Idan ba su so mu yi ba mu yi, kuma ai ga aya yau sun kira mu so suke mu bari, kuma da yarda Allah mun bari daga yau.
This is a terrorist talking, armed to the teeth, all of them in the midst of the population. Mazi, I don't know. Do you hear what he said, please? Can you interpret it?
Yes, I heard what he said. Yeah, he said, "Ku talakawa kar ku yi kuka da mu. Inda ku yi kuka da shugabanninku. Su suka bari mu yi. Idan suka ce mu bari, ai dole mu bari. Ba gashi yau sun kira mu ba, kuma Allah ya yarda da mu bari." He said, "You, the common man, you common people, stop lamenting about us. Stop lamenting towards us. We are not your problem. You want to lament. Lament to your leaders. Because if they do not permit us doing what we're doing, if you see, as you can see today, they have invited us, that they want us to stop. And with the help of Allah, we are going to stop. So, in other words, this is another confirmation of Shehu Baraje's, expose, that they invited these people. This man, in the midst of the people, like you say, armed, fully armed, in what they call a peace meeting, is telling the people that we are not your problem. Stop calling us names. Stop crying. Stop complaining about us. If you have problem with our activity, then cry to your leaders. Because without their approval, we wouldn't be doing what we are doing. As you can see today, they have called us. They want us to stop. And inshallah, in Allah, God permits, we are going to stop.
Mazi, what else do somebody need? Mazi, I cannot understand Nigerians. I cannot understand. It does not. Sometimes Nigeria does not make sense, honestly.
You see, Mazi Jonathan, Nigeria, anywhere you go around the world, amongst all Africa, Nigerians are always portrayed or known to be this aggressive people. Julius Malema talked about it, that a Nigerian will never allow you to cheat him. A Nigerian is outspoken. When you come to Nigeria itself, you will find out that Nigerians are the most docile sort of human being you can find. And I keep saying this thing. And it's not because they are docile in nature. They are simply docile by design. Nigerians are carefully designed to be docile. And as long as you find yourself in that territory and bear that collective fraudulent identity, you continue to be docile. The reason you see that Biafrans are different, that we confront the truth, that we confront our own blood when they're doing what is wrong, that we confront our own people when they are wrong, it is because we have, agreed within ourselves and our spirit to disassociate ourselves with Nigerian identity. Now, what is that design that ensures that Nigerians are docile? It is that design of, as long as he is one of you, it's okay. And that one of you is not even rooted in real identity. The only people who have real identity are being divided. Who don't have real collective identity are merged together with the help of religion. And that religion is now used as a false umbrella to keep people and keep them docile. Mazi, your mic is
Yes, it's static
keep them
from
docile.
yes, from device. Go on, no problem.
So, all right, thank you. And keep them docile. So they hear all these things, they see all these things, and immediately their problem is Yamri. The problem with this Yamri. Oh, when Yamri, Sunzo Gerimu, Suna Kwachabumu, Suna Kaswanchi, they are selling spare parts, they are everywhere, they are selling medicine, they have all the chemists, they have all the stores. They turn their mind somewhere else. When there have been the so-called Inyamri people, the Igbo people or Biafrans, who were born in Kanu State, in Jigawa. He came to Kanu as a young man. This is where he gave birth to my father, my grandfather, and then my grandfather gave birth to my father. And today, this is where we are. So I don't know anywhere again as my home. This is my home. Have you heard any Igbo man or any Biafran say that? No, we always go home. Yet, your so-called rankeds, su jagabanku, su masu yancin siyasa a kasanku, ya su ringa ce muku, oh, inyamurai ne damuwanku, inyamurai suna kasuwanci, inyamurai sun kwace kuɗinku, su suke wanne, su suke wannan, su Biafra ne, a suna so su bar Najeriya, suna so a raba, suna so a ruguza komai, suna mene-mene. Kuma ga 'yan ta'addanci suna gaya muku kiri-kiri, ga fili ga doki ana gaya muku ta wai, mu ba damuwanku ba ne. Shugabaninku su suka ba mu yancin ta'addanci, in ba tare da yancinsu ba za mu iya yin ta'addanci ba. An gaya muku kiri-kiri. These people told you right before your eyes that without your leaders, we could not have been doing what we are doing. So if you have any problem, if you want to lament, if you want to complain, if you want to attack, if you want to rebel towards your leaders. Fight your leaders, not us. We are just errand boys. We are being used. We are being used. And all these things, it doesn't matter to you because you have been made to be docile. Oh, I don't want to know. Oh, it's your brother, Hausa Fulani. Don't allow these people who are Hausa Fulani. Where have you heard anybody call Hausa Fulani? What identity is that? So Nigerians are docile by design, like you said. The enmity between the Biafrans or an Igbo man and the Yoruba man is artificially created. It's there. I will help them to implant it. So-called South will never be united. And by so doing, whatever should be the share of the Igbo man in that contract altogether is packed and given to the Yoruba man. And he is happy because his brother, the Igbo man, is being oppressed as long as he is benefiting. Then they will turn around and gaslight you and call you five-plucked. So they hear these things, they cannot react because they have been brainwashed to look at a different person as their problem when the problem is staring them right in their eyes. When the problem is right before their eyes. If it is in a sane country, Mazi, anybody come out and say, we went out to this and this and this and this and these countries to bring this and this and these people. And all those people listed are only the common denominator that put these people together is their tribe, Fulani. The Baraji did not say that they went to Sierra Leone and other places to bring Muslims. He didn't say that. He didn't say they went, let me read part of what he said. He said, Abubakar Kawu Baraji, a former chieftain of the ruling Patriotic Party, of the ruling All Progressive Congress, on Monday, traced the origin of the current insecurity in the country to the influx of Fulani from neighboring countries like Sierra Leone, Mali, Senegal, Niger, and Chad, brought into the country for election purposes. Why didn't they go around Sierra Leone, Mali, Senegal, Niger, Chad, bringing? They went out looking for a specific tribe, and that is the Fulani. And don't forget the visit of Obama to Nigeria. Don't forget the visit of Condoleezza Rice, the Secretary of State, to Obama's time. They went all the way to the north. They meet with Sultan of Sokoto and the people of the north, even without meeting with the president. Don't forget that. And all the people in that meeting were Fulanis. Was it in that meeting that everywhere to help them? Why didn't they consider bringing Hausa people? Why didn't they consider bringing the Jukun people? Why didn't they consider bringing the Jarawa and other tribes? No, because it is complete Fulani agenda. And for the Yorubas who are listening to us, whose only problem is an Igbo man, listen and listen, and we don't say the things we don't know. Go and find out who was the woman who served MKO Abiola the last cup of tea in detention, after which he never saw the light of the day. If you find her name, ask yourself, who was the woman that later became the U.S. Secretary of State that visited the caliphate in the north before Jonathan was toppled? And find out what is her name and know what they have in common and know who they have been working for. It is simple Fulani agenda. So the people cannot fight because they have been distracting them and creating a phantom enemy for them to fight. And that phantom enemy is an Igbo man. Mazi Jonathan, please.
There were Mazi, and I think we'll go with this. We'll go into a few minutes break, but before that, let me also, reiterate concerning some Biafrans, some Igbo Biafrans. When you see them or when you listen to them, they want IPOB destroyed because of hatred of IPOB or hatred of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or one thing or the other. That they will fix Nigeria will be fixed. They care about Nigeria. They are Nigerians. And you ask them, why don't you fight against what is happening in Zamfara? Why don't you bring yourself to fight what is happening in Sokoto in the northern part? They will tell you, no, it doesn't concern me. It doesn't concern us. I specialize, in our region, in Igbo land. And you say, okay, so you are Nigeria, so that part is not Nigeria? Is that what you're telling me? I say Nigeria don't make sense, and Nigerians never make sense. When you see even the way they carry every country in this planet Earth, categorize Nigerian passports at any port of entry, anywhere around the world, Mazi, it makes you think, say, what is happening? They never categorize any other passports in this world like that, except Nigeria. Sometimes I ask myself this question, I say, why? The answer is very deep. Why? When you come to, ordinary crime, Nigeria, I say ordinary crime, not terrorism crime, ordinary criminality. Nigeria is not in the topmost of the country where crimes are committed most in the whole world. When you come to electronic or internet fraud, Nigeria is not the topmost. So why? That question will lead you to make many researches you cannot understand. What I'm thinking is, Nigeria is a mistake, honestly. It's a complete mistake. So, when it's just like, for example, a kitten, a kitten, I don't know what they call a baby rat, a kitten, yes, a baby cat, a kitten, that find himself brooding under the chicks, thinking that he's a chick. He will look absurd. Mazi, I don't know whether you understand what I mean. Maybe a baby kitten, a kitten, that thought that the cow or the chicken is his mother, and follows other chicks in order to be under their mother as a chick. It will look absurd. Anyway, even the chicks will be looking at him, say, this one is not one of us. So you see, once you have that passport, my Federal Republic of Nigeria, that great passport, anywhere you are, you'll be located that this one is a mistake. Creating the passport you are carrying is a complete mistake. It's not a country. That is what I see. You see people that are saying, Igbo people, oh no, one Nigeria, we are Nigeria, no more, we don't want Biafra, we don't want Biafra. You tell them, why don't you fight what is happening in Zamfara? Go and fight terrorists. Go and make your activism against Boko Haram and ISOP. They say, no, that is not, it doesn't concern us. And you say, look, do you reason at all? We are trying to officially officialize, let me put it like that, officially officialize our region to be our country that we should be, without caring for, without minding the other people. Let them be on their own. And you say, no, it's in one Nigeria. Now, okay, if you are talking of one Nigeria, go and fight against what is happening in the north. You say, no, that is not my problem. You see a confused set of people. A confused set of people. Mazi. Mazi, are you hearing? Mazi, do you hear me? So what I'm saying is this. I'm sorry, I was being distracted by some other thing, please. So what I was saying is this. Nigeria does not make sense. When you see what is happening in Nigeria today, the brouhaha, the Nigerian Air Force striking, terrorists, all of a sudden Nigerian Air Force is striking, Nigerian military is making progress, killing terrorists everywhere. So you see that Nigeria is simply...
with no pictures, no videos, no evidence.
Nothing. Just people that are deceiving themselves, thinking that they are deceiving others. Mazi, do you see this Sokoto Caliphate? It must be dismantled, honestly speaking. Without dismantling the Sokoto Caliphate, Nigerians will, there is no way, honestly speaking. The Sokoto Caliphate must be dismantled, because the Sokoto Caliphate has no business being established as a throne. No, it is a colonizer's throne. This is where we are going to stop so far. And we will go into a few minutes break, so that when we come back, Our lines will now open and we will take few calls. Please do not go away. I'll be right back.
To come and intervene in this situation. Well, the fact is, while we're hoping on the US to come and intervene in this situation, to help salvage the situation, to come and help in this decayed system, to help us out, I'll categorically tell you that there are some things that the US intervention cannot settle. Absolutely. And what are these things that the US intervention cannot settle? Like, it's not just all about coming to face out the bandits and the terrorists or whatever. But the fact is, when they come in now, you will now get to discover that the number of bandits that you used to know and the terrorists you used to know is actually a joke. You will now see these people that are coming out to take a stand against their intervention. You will now know that they were actually nothing but terrorists also in disguise. I'm telling you, a lot of these fanatics, some of these fanatics, you will now see that they were waiting for the opportunity to show themselves, and you will be shocked. But haven't intervened how they can intervene, and they can be everywhere in the country. But just like I tell you, you see this fanatism, religious fanatism, and tribal bigotry is a disease that knows no cure. It's a disease that knows no cure. So what is that? What is that thing that must be addressed for Nigeria to progress as a country? The fact is, in my own opinion, I'll tell you, we require another colonizer to come and colonize us and redesign this system again. This fraudulent system that we're operating under the disguise of one Nigeria. Because this is actually far from one Nigeria, entirely far from one Nigeria. Let's tell ourselves the truth. And the fact is, when the system is renegotiated and redesigned now, all parts will be empowered equally, and there will be less attention on the center. Possibly we should even be looking at a situation of eradicating presidency. Let's have a kind of parliamentary system of which we just have a prime minister or whatever, and that is just all. And at the end of the day, there's nothing like becoming a president by virtue of numbers. That a particular part, like the northern part now, will be so interested in numbers, and by so doing, that is to say, anybody that desires to become the president must appease the north with their retrogressive ideologies. He must key into the retrogressive ideologies if he must become the president of Nigeria. And that is the cankerworm that a lot of these past and present leaders will have to contend with, but they can't come out and say it. And that is why you say, are you not surprised? Over how long now? There hasn't been anybody that has performed well in the midst of we claim we have resources and everything. Because the fact is, you will have to appease both the good, bad, and the ugly. And the bad and the ugly now supersedes the good. That means you must play according to their dictates. Right? So, I know people may like to argue that maybe when we have a good leader, a good leadership, that will now address the situation. But let's face it, this present system we're operating, tell it to anybody, tell it anywhere, can never give birth to a competent leader, a good leader. It's not possible. No be swear, no be prayer. It's not possible. It can't work. It can't give birth to a competent leader. Because the fact is, if you know what it takes to become a president, you will know that, in short, performance, competency, is dead from even campaigning and even negotiation before you even get into power.
The public, Allah, they must hear. You can't stop me. Allah. All right. Out of 44 local government that we have in Kano State, hear me well, only 10 of them are headed by Hausa people. But the rest of the 34 are headed by Fulani people. And guess what? There is no single local government in Kano State which the number of Fulani residing in that area outnumber that of Hausas. Not anyone, not even single one. Why? What led me to conduct this research is what happened recently in Dawakin local government, where a Fulani man, that is the one that is heading the local government as a chairman, sees some plot of lands from the indigenous Hausa people, giving it out to Fulanis. That is saying that those Hausa people are blocking the way for Fulani to pass. So because of that, he seized the land and give it out for Fulani to be grazing and doing all this kind of without compensation. What's this? This is injustice. This is injustice of the highest order. So we cannot keep quiet. We must say it the truth. You are saying that we are Hausa Fulani. And research shows us that you don't marry from Hausa. You don't give out your daughters to Hausa people for marriage also. Unless the ones who are rich among them. They are parading themselves as Hausa Fulani where they don't have any biological connection with Hausas. They don't marry from us. They don't give us their daughters' hand in marriage also. But they are saying that they are Hausa Fulani only to lead us, only to continue like subduing us. This is not fair. It is not fair at all. You know? So we have to do something.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Malo Province, and we are live and direct. Today is the 10th day of November 2025. Tata Bobochorie. Therefore, our lines are now opened. And remember, we are talking about the caliphate manipulations of Nigerians. And it should stop. You see, the caliphate, it should be dismantled. And they must be dismantled. Because the terrorism that is going on in Nigeria, the Christian genocide, the slaughter of the indigenous population, turning people that are living in their land, in their communities, in their spaces, in their villages, into refugees. You know, it is a call for concern. It is the Fulani, the Sokoto Caliphate manipulation of Nigerians. So these are the things we are exposing here on Radio Biafra for people to understand the machinations of the Sokoto Caliphate. And that is why we continue calling for the dismantling of the Sokoto Caliphate. It must be dismantled because the Sokoto Caliphate is the colonizer's throne. The Sultan of Sokoto is heading what you are witnessing, what we are witnessing everywhere, the Fulani onslaught. This should be challenged and should be stopped. That is why this is dismantled in Nigeria. It must be dismantled because they felt that Britain gave Nigeria over to them. That is it. So that they will be in charge of everybody. No. You can never be in charge of Biafrans. Even the British that colonized Biafrans, they were not completely in charge of Biafrans. That is it. We are free people mentally. You cannot be in charge of us to enslave us. No. You see, the Sokoto Caliphate, it must be dismantled. This will be my new slogan from now going on. The Sokoto Caliphate, the Sultan of Sokoto, must be dismantled in order to stop the Christian genocide, in order to stop the killing of the indigenous population. As Mazi said rightly, according to Kaubaraje, he said that they brought in foreign Fulanese from Liberia, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Mali, different other countries to Nigeria to help them win election. Why didn't they bring other ethnicities? Hausa is more populous than the Fulani, far more. Why didn't they bring the Yorubas from Togo? Why didn't they bring other ethnicities from outside? It tells you all you need to know, that it is the Fulanization agenda, and it is being championed by the Sokoto Caliphate, by the Sultan of Sokoto. That is why you see that throne, the Sultan of Sokoto, should be dismantled. It should no more be in existence. They are trying to bring back, to solidify, consolidate the Sokoto Caliphate. And Britain didn't care. Ask yourself, why has Britain not spoken? Why has they not taken action or said anything about the onslaught, about the genocides that have been going on in Nigeria? All of a sudden, they issue the security alert to their citizens in, is it 20 or 26 states in Nigeria? Whereas they are the cause. They love it. When you lament, they love it, because they always play God. But here, you see, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told the caliphate that after dealing with them, you see that caliphate, it will be destroyed. The Sokoto Caliphate, established by Ottoman Danfodio during his 1804 to 1809 war against the Hausas, it must be dismantled. Therefore, the lines are open. That will take just few calls, please. Our WhatsApp and signal line remains +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I repeat once more, +61 405 142 547. Therefore, you can call us in order to give us your view on the issue discussed. But make no mistake about it, I call on the Hausas and other ethnicities in the north. It is high time that the Sokoto Caliphate be dismantled. Otherwise, you continue crying. Otherwise, you continue bleeding. That Sokoto Caliphate must be dismantled, because Britain gave Nigeria to the Sokoto Caliphate. Sorry, I switched off my Wi-Fi in the telephones, but now I notice it. So you can call, please, +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I just on the Wi-Fi in my phone because it was switched off. You know, do not forget that we are on this campaign, that the Sokoto Caliphate must be dismantled. That thing that is troubling everybody, the indigenous population, it must be dismantled. You see, the Sultan of Sokoto, he will come to the media and speak as if, he is too holy, He is talking the minds of Nigerians, but you don't know that he is the architect of terrorism, the Fulani terrorism that are committing genocides against Christians. Today, they are trying to invoke sovereignty, Nigerian sovereignty. I say, what the heck? You mean it? That they are invoking patriotism, Nigerian sovereignty, whereas they go outside Nigeria, bring the terrorists inside. They don't invoke sovereignty, do they? It's very, very sad. Very, very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. But we must continue. You see, here on Radio Biafra, we give you the information and open your eyes. And we continue working towards what we are saying, because we are not just talking and lamenting like Nigerians. Never. We are also doing the doings. That is the difference between us and the Nigerians. Nigerians, they lament and, they do nothing. Sorry, my WhatsApp is, trying to upload, because once I switch off my Wi-Fi because of calls, I'm telling you, when you on it, you see volumes of calls and messages that will come. Sometimes it will block the phone first. It will take time. So that is what is happening. So I have a caller. Sorry. I have a caller on signal. Caller on signal. Mazi, please go on. As I continue trying to put in order my WhatsApp, please. Caller on signal, please go on. Mazi, can you hear me? There were Mazi.
Yeah, no, you are completely correct. You are completely correct. We've been calling for a very long time, but it was not connecting. I know what it is going to take. Daily on off the Wi-Fi. Everywhere will be public.
Yes.
But we must continue, Mazi. Just as you educated us tonight, I just want to say, Mazi Jonathan, may Ezechukwu Kabiama continue to bless you, to give you the wisdom to continue to do this tedious job. It's not easy. But you've made up your mind that you are going to do this work to liberate people, not only by giving them freedom, but breaking the mind, the mindset, the way people reason, and the way the British have really, colluded with the faith, and trying to put the power in that their caliphate, where they call the Sokoto Caliphate, to destroy the lives of the Hausa people, and also to destroy the life of Nigerians. Many people don't know what they have, built in that particular place. I can remember, before I proceed, let me introduce myself. Fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom, my name is Mazi, and I'm calling from Austria. I'm serving the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Austria National PRO. Mazi, I'm hearing voice is repeating itself here. I don't know if it is disturbing your.
No, it is not. It's not coming out here. Your voice is coming out very clear. Please.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So Mazi, the truth is that just as we are preaching and educating the Nigerians, the so-called Nigerians who cares to know that IPOB has is to liberate the people who Mazi Nnamdi can have come to open our eyes. Why our problem is Nigeria. this mindset and the way it right from the beginning after the independence, what the British tried to do is to build Nigeria under this caliphate of Sultan of Sokoto, where their forefather Ottoman Danfodio built. This was called Gube. So Gube, they turned that place now after they have conquered the Hausa people, and they do that as the Sultan of Sokoto. The truth is that the Hausa people, if they are hearing voice on this radio Biafra, they must know that the problem they are having is that seat of Sokoto is sitting. That caliph, that place, they are disseminate all the information, how they are trying to kill the Hausa people, how they are trying to subdue them and make it possible that Hausa can obtain any high office. If you check even to today, Mazi, it is difficult for you to find the real Hausa, the real owners of the land to become a governor in the north or have any political office in the north. They occupy everywhere rather than using that name of we are Hausa Fulani to deceive the people. They are using them as their willing tools to commit their jihad. They are trying to, they're trying to place all over Nigeria. But the worst thing that happens to these people is IPOB. They never knew that such people is going to come because we cannot allow these people to excel all their evil plans, all their just as their forefathers said to deep inside the sea. In which is impossible. We cannot allow these people to move their foot or to do anything to Islamize us or to remove our faith for who we find what who we are. Just anybody there and rename it It's not going to happen. Our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a time bomb. If Nigeria want to start country again, let them do justice. We are all, the whole world is waiting. We are waiting on justice on Motoso, a Yoruba man who want to of justice. We are waiting on 20th of this month. Let us know on the history upside down. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been discharged and acquitted.
Honestly, I was able to open the WhatsApp, and you know what? I've had just 200 and something missed calls. Honestly, no. But calls have started coming in because the phone was blocked because of the volume of calls. But before I take the caller on WhatsApp, please, you see the news that I'm reading. The Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, NSCIA, recently commended Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo for his principled stance in rejecting claims of a Christian genocide in Nigeria. The council described such claims as a dangerous and politically motivated foreign propaganda aimed at destabilizing the country. In a press conference held on Sunday, November 9th, that was yesterday, 2025, the NACIA, led by its Secretary General, Professor Ishak Oloyede, stated that insecurity in Nigeria is a complex national issue driven by criminality, poverty, climate change, and bad governance, which affects both Muslims and Christians indiscriminately. Oloyede emphasized that there is no mental element or specific intent to destroy a religious group as defined by the United Nations Genocide Convention. Do you see? That's how they have given him, he have taken the second term of office. Do you see how, because of political ambition, they don't care, they don't care to destroy a whole race. That is not their problem. They don't care. What matters to them is their political stand. Sometimes, even sometimes I can only beat my understanding. They have saluted him for doing their job, doing their bidding. The Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs. They commended Charles Solu, the Wambaf, for his principled stance in rejecting claims of Christian genocide in Nigeria. These are our politicians. People say the politicians responsible, as if it is you that put them there in the first place. As if it is we that put them there in the first place. They go and pay allegiance to the caliphate. That is why, we must take it as a duty in order to make sure that the Sokoto caliphate is dismantled. Because there lies the problem. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp. Please go on. Thanks for holding on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, are you still there? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Please go on. Yeah, well, please go on. Yes, go on. The whole world is here. Please go on.
Okay, Mazi, thank you so much for your analysis today with Mazi Obati. So I have, question is, I know we are very preoccupied with the Fulani Caliphate and their agenda to dominate and Islamize everybody. But an Igbo man, I would like to say, if this might not be for everybody though, I've been hurt more by the actions of the Yoruba people, our so-called brothers, I don't know, across the West. In fact, I'm afraid, I'm very scared of Yoruba. Anywhere I see them in diaspora, anywhere I run out them. My in the heart is envy and committed ambition to destroy us. So you meet them at the Yoruba people. They are the people currently running the government. They control and control. They do control. They refuse to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They release their brothers, Igboho and Sowore. They are still sending the military to be killing our people in the southeast. They are the ones. They are in charge. They are destroying our properties in Lagos. They are excluding us from all the budgets they've been doing. They exclude us intentionally.
Mazi, let me tell you something. Yoruba was or is a recent word. The people that named them Yareba, where Yoruba come from, is even the Fulani. That they were not called Yoruba until the coming of the Fulani, even down to Kwara State. And Yareba means dishonesty, dishonest people, trickish people, people that can meander like slippery. He explained it vividly. He's a Yoruba person. Now, let me tell you something. Irrespective that a Yoruba man is the president of Nigeria, he don't have complete power. I am telling you, when it comes to Nigeria, the power rests in the hands of the caliphate. Tinubu is the president, but the power rests in the hands of the caliphate. Believe you me. Remember, Tinubu said during his campaign that he don't. I want people to ask, who are they? It is the caliphate, the unseen hand. who is he's a national security advisor, Muri Bado. He's a Fulani man. He's in charge of security. So whatever that is, they are just like house niggers. Yoruba is like the house niggers. You know about the house niggers? They are slaves. All of them, they are field. All of them are slaves, both field niggers and house niggers. But the house niggers are the ones that at least near their master. They stay inside the house. They cook what the master eats. At least they serve the master. Which means if the master drinks coffee and remains, he'll go and take it, eat some crumb. He become happy. He can easily near the master and talk to him. Master, at least. But field niggers can stay day to day. They cannot even have the privilege of even nearing the master. So the Yoruba you are seeing in Nigeria are the house niggers. Forget about Chinedu being the president of Nigeria. The power remains in the hands of the caliphate. It is whatever they program him to do, that is what he's doing. Do you think that Chinedu is happy leaving Kwara State in the hands of the Fulani? Do you think so? As a Yoruba person, let us be honest to ourselves. But there is nothing he can do. There's nothing. So the Yoruba, what consoles them is, as long as the Igbos are down on the lowest cadre, that is their consolation. So the house nigger, once they finish washing the master's plate and clearing the table, taking some tea that remained in the cup, tasting it, they'll come out. The way they will talk to the field niggers will be even more dehumanizing. After all, anything, the field niggers will be respecting the house niggers because they are the people that near the master. Some of the complaints of the field niggers, they will tell them how they will ask the house niggers, how is the master feeling today? Is he feeling fine? These are the people that will tell them the information. They can lie to the field niggers, the field slaves. They can lie to them. So they feel the superiority because they near the master. So this is the role of Yorubas. It is not that the power belongs to them. Don't you see how they can, as long as they see people that they can sit down on top, which is Igbo people, and they maintain it, and they become more violent, more brutal, because they are not even the people in power. That is how they are being programmed to be. And they have that, their nature. They are called the Yoruba. There was nothing like Yoruba as a name until 19th century. What you have, the Egba, the Jebu, now the Caliphate came, the Fulani came, and when they dealt with these people, they say, they have contact with them. They say, these people behave the same. They are just slippery, they lie, they meander, you cannot trust them. So they call them Yoruba. That is from there the word Yoruba comes. So as long as they see a people that at least lower than them in the echelon of Nigeria, which is the Igbos, they are happy. They are happy. That is the way I see it. Mazi, please continue.
Okay, so thank you for. But they turn around and now say, oh, it's only Boku, and joined and started fighting us during the war. And then Awolo, the and all that, and took our money and gave only some people 20 pounds.
Mazi,
And after that,
it started before Mazi. It started before 1960. It started before 1966. Before that time, during the election, I think 1961 or 62 general election that saw NCNC won the Southwest, headed by Nnamdi Azikiwe. It was Awolowo that first of all introduced tribalism in the Nigerian politics. When he saw that Azikiwe was more popular even in the Southwest than him, a Yoruba person, he now used the word, because that time Nigerians were virgin, whether Yoruba or they were happy that, oh, we are one Nigeria. We are Nigeria as a country. So the Southwest, you know, that time it was federated. The Southwest voted massively for NCNC, that is Azikiwe. Now for Azikiwe to take over, the result, Awolowo used tribal bigotry sentiment and told the Yoruba people, how can I be here, a non-Yoruba, an Igbo man, will take over Yoruba land for what? That was the beginning of, you know, can I say the second? Because the first time was Ahmad Bello in 1960. The ethnic bigotry against Igbos. Now, Awolowo confirmed it in 1961 or 1962 election. And that made Azikiwe to leave Lagos, leave Ibadan, to come down. He said, okay, as I'm rejected in where I even won election, in Southwest, he ran down to Enugu and pursued Eyueta. It's a mistake, a catastrophe everywhere. Otherwise, even our people should have also rejected his move. That time, Eyueta was the premier of a Eastern region, or administrator of Eastern region, in Enugu. Azikiwe said, okay, they pursue me in Enugu, so in Lagos, let me come to my place in Enugu. And he used Igbo sentiment. Say, this person is not Igbo, he's Ibibio. So, I beg, go. And they sheepishly, without considering the outcome, that was the starting of the Igbo hatred by even our brothers. Eyueta went out with animosity, and rightly so. That was the beginning of our catastrophe. If what the politics being played that time was catastrophic, both by Azikiwe, everybody, he should have managed it very, very well. But being egocentric, Ambazonia left and joined Cameroon in a referendum. If they can do this to even, no, we no longer have faith. No. Azikiwe came and caused katakata in our land. When he was pursued, remember Azikiwe was born in Zungeru. He didn't even vie for political office there. Achopoya there. He come to South, won election in Southwest, he was pursued, and now he came and put fire in our land. Mazi, please go on. If you study the sequence of politics in our land, catastrophe everywhere. Mistakes that sometimes we are crying, but we are suffering some things. Our miscalculations in politics. Honestly. Mazi, please go on. Go on.
No, yeah, Mazi, you're very right. Thank you for discuss the problem with Nigeria, and they tried to discuss it maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And I tell them, no. You have to go back to the events that happened pre-independence and around independence. That's where you actually find the origin of many of the problems that we have now. And instead of solving of Goshen and just go your way, this thing cannot work. We keep making more catastrophe and making more mistakes. Mazi, one more.
Mazi, your voice is cutting. I don't know whether you are using
the murder massacre of with everything going on now, with the Americans coming in, with all the publicity and outcry. Well, how do you feel about the silence of Gowon, who murdered 4 million of us to keep Nigeria? Thank you.
there, Mazi. Mazi, let me drop you so that others will join, and let me drop you so that others will also. People are calling. Before, yes, yes.
The American with all revelations, Donald Trump talking about Christian genocide, and with particular focus and attention in the Middle Belt region, particularly his state, Plateau State, where he originates from. One who massacred 4 million of us to keep Nigeria one, who up to today has not apologized, has not had a change of heart.
Mazi, yeah, I understand your question. I understand your question very well. I understand it. Yeah. I think you can drop so that I will talk so that you listen from the background so that I can take other calls, but I will answer you. Go on. We all know go on as an unrepentant genocidist after Hitler. Go on. You are seeing. So we don't care what he committed. He know he committed atrocities. And he is seeing the result, even in his own family. He's seeing the result. You know, another day I would play the clip of what do you call him? Sheikh Gumi, that animal, Sheikh Gumi. There was a place he said something striking, Sheikh Gumi. He said that what is happening today, the designation of Christian genocide by Donald Trump, that was championed by IPOB. He said it is what Ojukwu tried to do during the Nigerian genocidal war against Biafra by appealing to the conscience of the international community that they are killing Christians. But he laughed. He said, but we know this right from beginning. That was why Gowon was there and he's a Christian. So they countered him. You see, these people, they calculate in advance. They don't act like you. That is why. Don't you see how they saluted the salute? Before you know, they reward him. Before this election or selection that was organized in Anambra election, they have given him the option. Say, you have to come out. I mean, Soludo, you have to come out to publicly announce that there is no Christian genocide. If you want your second term in office, okay? It depends on you if you don't want. It's okay. Keep quiet. That is why because he has to be anti his people. He has to condemn his people. He has to do the bidding of the caliphate. That is why I said we need to go to the head of the serpent. That is the Sokoto Caliphate. This is the throne that is we need to champion the destruction, the dismantling of the caliphate. As we open the eyes of Hausas and other ethnicities in the north, that there is nothing like Hausa Fulani. So we shall start this hashtag, the Caliphate, Sokoto Caliphate. Must be dismantled because they are the people holding and building school. These are primary. You know, let me tell you, there are some countries building road or schools or building infrastructure is not in the hand of the politician. I am telling you, it's not whether the governor is there or not. The people roads will be built or maintained. Infrastructures will be built and maintained. Things will be. It's automatic. Things will be going. But let be so you don't carry everything and put in the hands of the political class. No, you have, people. You must have institutions that are responsible for building and maintaining infrastructure. Doesn't matter whether the prime minister or the governor or the mayor is there or not. Now, things will be moving on, but our people saw political power as something you can just like your personal company or your trading shop, buying and selling. You take it, you do as you want with it, you run with it. I am the governor. Hope Uzodinma said one time that even if this power, this governorship that he strive and God gave it to him, that somebody wants to take away from him, he said even if it is only 2 people in Imo State that remain alive, and we govern them like that. Nchewa Hanna, or Imo accent also koji, you know. So that is it. As calls are no longer coming in, I will continue towards closing remarks, please. I know that maybe it is the WhatsApp shaking. I don't know whether my voice is coming out. I'm seeing it's buffering. I don't know what is happening. So, as I was saying, Obasanjo recounted one time. I could vividly remember. I read it some years back. He said he traveled to Canada either with ordinary Nigerian passport or service passport. I couldn't remember. But he said when he was on the line, he came down from the plane. He was on the line like any other. When he reaches his turn to stamp in, they look at him, they see Nigerian passport, they say stand aside. And they carried him into the room. You know now, you that is hearing my voice, you know if you carry Nigerian passport, you know what you used to suffer at any point of entry, at any border post. You know. I don't need to tell you. The same thing was meted to Obasanjo, a 2 times president of Nigeria. Because he didn't tell them that he was a former president. He said he was there. What saved him? He kept quiet. He said, what is your profession? A farmer. They started querying him, what do you come to Canada to do? Blah, 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 blah. He was there quietly. And until the people waiting for him outside couldn't see him. They say, the whole passengers have come out. What is happening? They send message, call. They have to call. They said, what? This is a former president you are holding. They say, but why did he say that now? He's a Nigerian. So what? I beg go. That is the reason. Because it is a country that condones terrorism. Now, just like one of our brothers, the caller, said, I don't understand the Yoruba, they take pleasure in, being anti-Igbo. They love it. When you listen to many of their hatred for nothing, you say, what is happening? These people, are you sure that we can work together anytime soon politically? Are you sure? Even if there are some other voices, Yoruba voices that are also sounding good, but generally, when you look at it, you see that, look at the people that are calling us Mugu on X space, reporting, laughing at our demise, the demise of our people. What a heartlessness. Do you think that they can laugh to, for example, Lebanese? Let me say that, okay, Lebanese shops were burnt down, or we are pulled down like Igbo properties in Lagos. And we go to TikTok and X-Space, start laughing. Say, Igbos are our Mugus, our Maga. Don't you think that here we break loose with between them and those countries? But they see us as people, when they look at the Fulani, they are at the height of the pyramid, the apex of the pyramid. They look at us, the Igbos, they say, one day I come out, we are better than these people, so we should never allow them to rise up. And also some of our people's egocentrism, selfishness, greed for political power. They don't understand. They thought that political power is to make sure, to answer honorable or His Excellency. That is the only thing many Igbo people thought about political power. To make sure. They don't know that political power should be used in the right direction to build a people. But no, it is very, very sad. So, what am I trying to say? All of a sudden, there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria, according to them. It becomes a political, something that you go to Yerwata, go to different parts of the Middle Belt in the north. You ask them, what are these people, these communities, Christian communities that are wiped out? What is it? They tell you, no, there are Muslims that are also being killed. And you say, okay, so your defense is, as long as Muslims are being killed, now it is nothing. So that is it. Why didn't Muslims cry out? Why? Why didn't they have to, why didn't they go out, cry out, fight normally against terrorism? But they condone it. Sheikh Gumi say, pamper them, give them money. That is the way it should be. People that chop off, that kill the people in the most horrific manner. People that wiped out villages say, no, go and pamper them. They are revenge mission, so don't kill them. Don't you see that it is complete colonization championed by the Sokoto Caliphate? That is why we must make sure that the Sokoto Caliphate become dismantled. That is it. So we must continue. Therefore, remember that Biafra remains our ideology. Biafra is our religion. We must continue in this series of the the caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations of Nigerians. And it is real, I'm telling you. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Night to you all great and wonderful Biafran people. I am Mazi Chika Edoziem. I come from Iheoma. Iheoma is in Olu province of Biafra land. By the mercy and grace of Chukwu Kikabiama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra in the Directorate of State as the head of directorate. Today, the first day of January in the year 2025, I have come to you, great Biafrans, to address you on very, very topical and very important issues concerning us as a people. I as well greet you in the name of the ancestors of our land, and above all, in the name of Chukwukika Biama, I welcome you to this very important broadcast. I will crave your indulgence. My broadcast normally does not last or stay more than 1 hour, but today you have to be patient because this very broadcast is a different format. Let me begin by saying that the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB for short, began the journey of liberation, the journey for self-determination, the journey of freedom, and the journey of liberty when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, without his own knowing, he was called upon to gather the children of Chukwuabiama for the work ahead. He gathered us in their millions. And along the line, like the sower, those who know the Bible story, like the sower who went out to sow, the seedling, the seeds he was sowing, many fell on unproductive land and ground and withered away. Many fell upon fertile land, and they were nourished. They sprout, they grew, and bear fruit. That is this in a very concise format, the short history of IPOB to this very moment that I'm addressing you tonight. And I will go ahead to give you a reason why many fell by the side or by the wayside. There are many family members of IPOB today who are not very conversant or who do not actually know what the mission statement of the indigenous people of Biafra contains. Not to talk about other Biafrans who are not even, let me say, our agitation for freedom. They do not look at it in a very, acceptable way, because they are not aware what were and what still remains the fundamental objective for which the indigenous people of Biafra was formed. And that is why I said today's broadcast is a different one, because I intend to educate not only IPOB family members, but as well Biafrans and the world in general, so that at the end of today, those who were deliberately and who have been deliberately attributing all manner of criminality and crime and anarchy in our land to IPOB must have a rethink, or they will perish with whatever evil attributions they will attribute to IPOB going forward. The indigenous people of Biafra, everyone who have been baptized in the fire of this very struggle, hold these truths, that we as men, as human beings, we are created. And as we were created, we were as well endowed by our Creator with certain undeniable, inherent, and inalienable rights, among which are the right to life, the right to our liberty, the right to personal and societal development, the right of the Biafran people to pursue happiness and be self-evident, and the right, above all, for us as a people to determine what format, what manner, what type of political, cultural, economic, and social system we want to practice in our land. These are the rights that forms part of the fundamental mission statement of indigenous people of Biafra. I'm telling you this today because tomorrow, when people are saying, people may be wondering, we've been on this. Yes, we are on this because we are convinced of the trueness of our cause. What are our objectives as a freedom fighting movement? What are the objectives that we set out to achieve from day one? I am going to be very concise. What I'm giving you today is a concise or abridged format of our mission statement. But I'll give you the ones that are very key for us to take something away today. We as a people, having recognized that endowment by Chukwuabiama, not any other person, having recognized our right to determine our way of life, it is on that basis that we have affirmed our right to be a sovereign, independent, and a free nation and a free people. We, based on that as well, have determined freely our economic, political, and cultural system, as above all, as recognize these freedoms that we, by ourselves, we have recognized it as inherent to us. But the world community has gone a little bit, they have done something practical to collate these rights into a written format and guaranteed this right to indigenous people as the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous People to Self-Determination, Articles 5, Articles 6, 7, and so on, as well as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. These are rights, these are charters, these are laws, international regulations, international laws that the Nigerian state by itself accepted and domesticated as part of its law. Therefore, apart from our inherent right to self-determination, the Nigerian constitution, the Nigerian ground norm also recognize that we have this right. Again, what propels us? What propels indigenous people of Biafra? It's a question I'm asking. What do you think propels us into pursuing this right despite the dangers ahead, the challenges, and the many bloods of our people that has been spilled by the infamous government of the zoo and those of our collaborators? We took into account the danger of extinction facing us as a people, as a race. Anybody who lies to himself who doesn't understand this fact is lying to himself. The people, the indigenous people of Biafra, every nation that is in this very, very unit, we are under danger, a very serious danger of extinction, because those who are after you know who you are. Not only that they know who you are, they want to take over whatever heritage you have been endowed with or endowed upon. It became a duty for us, therefore, to take up that task to ensure that we conserve the cultural heritage and natural values of our people. It became a duty, a call, a responsibility upon all of us that we must conserve our cultural heritage and conserve our national values as a people for the benefit of our children and for the generation yet unborn. I am telling you about the objectives, why we have remained unwavering. I am giving you the reasons, the grounds upon which this very movement has or was built, and on the ground upon which it operates as I speak to you. We know that we have suffered untold hardship, violations of our fundamental human rights from left, right, and center by the Nigerian establishment. The protection of the internationally guaranteed and proclaimed rights that we are supposed to naturally claim in the zoo called Nigeria. We have no, they don't give us any chance to even claim some of this right. And therefore, it is either we remain subservient, we accept the situation as they have given it to us, or we make a change. And these form the basis of the objectives, the basis of the foundation of the Biafran liberation movement, propelled and headed by the indigenous people of Biafra. And in doing that, very, very importantly, in doing this, in pursuing these our inherent right, these I mentioned, I wish to repeat, these are inherent. When someone says something is inherent, it is born with us. All the attempts that has been made in the past, in the present, or in the future to sway us out of these inherent rights is dead on arrival because it's part of us. And in pursuing this right, we made a very conscious decision. We made a very conscious decision to take up this responsibility and to pursue it utilizing every legally permissible international rules and processes. We made a deliberate and conscious decision. When Mazi and Kanu was saying RPOB is a peaceful, non-violent movement, it is not because he's just saying it. It is a conscious decision that we made. We made it in order to ensure that we do not and we will not play into the hands of those who are out to continue the enslavement of the children of Chukwukikabia. And we will continue to do this until we get to our destination, which is a free, independent, and sovereign Biafran nation. Do you know why I'm pointing out these issues to you, these very points? I know why I'm pointing out to you is because when you look at what is going on in our land presently, when you observe critically the constant killings and kidnappings in Biafra land, and after all these crimes are committed, the Nigerian government will run to their press and attribute all these crimes to the indigenous people of Biafra, to IPOB. They will call us all sorts of names. And some of you who do not have the privilege to reason, you will jump on the board and you begin to call IPOB one name or the other. And I'm telling you, this day, at least let it not be that nobody explained to you. I'm telling you today that IPOB cannot, will never set its instruments of defense against the people that it has sworn an oath to defend. You may believe me, you may not believe me. That's not even the point. I'm not saying that you believe me. I'm saying this today. My broadcast today is special because ndị dị ndụ ga-anụ olu m, ndị ichie ga-anụkwa my voice. So that at the time, my private time, it will be that he told them, he said it, like we have all been saying and giving you things that will happen before they happened. Many will not even take note, make attention to these things. They are interested in Nollywood movies and content creation. Freedom fighting is none of this. What is our vision? If you have a mission, what is the vision of IPOB if and when they get Biafra? We are prepared because we have thought out what we want to do, how we are going to achieve it, and what we will do with what we have achieved. It is our conviction. It is our conviction that a sovereign, independent Biafran nation will be the crystallization. It will be the manifestation. It will be the coming true of the cherished hope and aspirations of a people, the Biafran people, who have seen in the establishment of this territory as a last hope for peace and security for their people. And above all, a last hope for the survival of a people whose existence is under great threat of extinction. If you do not understand that you as a race, whether you're Igbo race, or a Igbo nation in Biafra, you are a Bibio, you are Izo, you are whatever, as long as you have traced your ancestry to a single ancestry as we are, you are under the danger of great extinction that has been put in place by those who know who you are and who wants to take over your heritage. The Biafra which we agitate for, the Biafra which we agitate for, the Biafra which we hunger after, the Biafra which we look forward to, that Biafra for which the ultimate price has been paid by millions of Biafran people, is one in which we shall respect the sanctity of every life. How then, if this is our vision, how then can we use any defensive instrument against the same people that we have taken oath to defend and respect the sanctity of their life? We have a vision to restore the dignity of the Biafran people. We want to ensure that individual rights and liberties are recognized and protected in the new Biafra. It is a Biafra where the rule of law is paramount and all are answerable to and equal before the law. It's not, when you begin to imagine where you are at the moment, where you have found yourself in the contraption, in the cesspool of corruption, like the British, let me say, David Cameron, apologies to him, a fantastically corrupt nation that has no remedy, a nation who is the flesh of its people. A nation when their people have problem outside of the shores of their land, they will turn the blind eye. That is not the Biafra we're looking for. And that is not the type of Biafra that RPOB has set up. And that is why I'm telling you, for you to understand, what are these people actually looking for? What I have some of the visions I've mentioned to you, there are many others, are what propels us, are what motivates us to be dedicated, to be devoted to this cause of the restoration of the sovereignty of Biafra nation. And above all, we are going to have a Biafra nation that will take its appropriate pride of place amongst the community of nations. Great Biafrans, you may not hear me again, in this format of broadcast, but before today, it touched my spirit that I have to, because sometimes in our language, in Igbo, asina, na onye kpegbu na mmadụ kpegbu na mmụọ onye nwa bụ onye meriri. Ọfọ na ogu ka anyị ji were eje on this sorry when I speak Igbo, because there are some English, there are some Igbos, situations I can't properly. Even if I do translate it in English, it will not give the same meaning. What we use in this from the onset is what is so dear to our people. If anybody na for and ogu. I know you jidego for. Okay, now this brings me to what is going on in our land. The criminality, the killings, the kidnappings, and the involvement of politicians in all manner of these criminalities in our land. When they tell you there is a problem in Anambra and Imo State, and maybe Ebonyi or Abia or Enugu, there is something that General Abacha said when he was alive. And he said, if criminality in any its form, or even if you call it insurgency, like you have all these bandits now, they call them, and the Fulani herdsmen. Whenever it takes more than 6 months to be put down, then you know that the hand of government is in it. The government is behind playing the music that those who are committing these crimes are dancing to. The politicians in our land, I want to tell you today, those of you who have gathered our young men together, handed guns to them and told them to begin to turn these guns against their own people. before I come mad. You must retrace your steps. Today is January 1st, 2025. I may not have the opportunity to warn you again. If you call it warning, let it be. But I may not have the opportunity to give you this information again. You must retrace your steps, or you will follow the path that you have set out for other people. And specifically, the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, the governor of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, and the governor of Ebonyi State, Mwifuru. I hope I got your name correct. Those ndị na-akụrụ na egwu anụ na-abụ ha makwa na egwu unu na-agba na surugede bụ egwu mmụọ ka ọ bụ. And the small politicians in your midst who have formed their militias for the sake of election purposes, spilling the blood, desecrating the land. Na-akwafu ọbara ụmụana na. When Aja and Ala Biafra will rise up against you, you will not have a hiding place. I'm giving you this information. If it is expo, I'm giving it to you now. You must retrace your step. Hope Uzodinma, you are the one. And Soludo as well. Some of you went to import killers into our land from Mbamiri to come and spill the blood of your people. What I'm telling you tonight, or today, whatever night, afternoon, or morning in your location, what I'm telling these governors today is that they must make a deliberate and clear, they must take a deliberate and clear action to disband all these murderers that they imported into Biafra land, into Alibo. This now takes me to Hanez and Libo. I said today's address to our people is a special one. It takes me to Hanez and Libo. You must, I'm sure our people will remember. Maybe some time back, I called Ohaneze to put their acts together. And that if they do not put their acts together, that they will become irrelevant in the affairs of Ndibo. They said that they are Ohaneze Ndibo, a social, cultural organization. Our people probably do not know that Ohaneze Ndibo is a gathering of murderers and killers and bloodsuckers. Quote me, Mazi Edoziem Neku. Ohaneze Ndibo, with the exception of the time when it was founded by men of integrity, men who have love for their people, men who wished the best for their people. This organization has metamorphosized into something that is undescribable. Do you know, Biafran and Igbo people in particular, that the Imo Obi of Ohaneze is peopled by the politicians who, like Hope Uzodinma and what is his name, Soludo and the rest of them, whose hands are filled with the blood of their people. When they now leave being governor, they may still go to Abuja and want to represent themselves there. But the painful part is that these individuals are made part of Imobi of Ohanese. That Imobi, that organization that has said it is its responsibility to do what? To defend and seek the good of the Igbo nation. And then I'll ask you a question. How can a Hope Uzodinma, who imported Mbamili young boys to come and, the number of blood this man has shed in Imo State is unthinkable. But I won't go for that. How can you imagine that person who was there as a governor, whether merited or not merited, but he had that opportunity and he used it to spill the blood of young men, young women of our land. And now when he have finished that job, he will go back to Hanese and begin to sit on your own affairs. How do you think such an organization will protect your interest? If not being at the influence or at the control of external forces. Ohaneze, you have one last chance. And today, your next election will begin this one last chance. And I'm not going to tell you what happened to those who were there in a succession. I'm not going to tell you. Elders among you, those who were there, who took it upon themselves to sell the birthright of their people. Did they stay to enjoy it? Ohaneze, you have an assignment. The assignment is that you must reinvent yourself. You must reorganize yourself. If I know there are men of goodwill amongst you. That is those who are in Ohaneze, who have the interests of Alibo at heart. And to you, this message going, if you keep quiet and keep silent and allow the evil men to take over, when the repercussions will come, I don't know if it will spare you because you are aware. And when you know and you do nothing, you cannot say, at least in how do we say it? In normal life, we say ignorance of the law is not an excuse. I am telling you now so that you will not say you don't know. I know many of you know. Ohaneze must be dismantled and reorganized to put at the center of its objective, people-centric policies, the interest of Alibo, and not the interest of a politician, and not the interest of those who are manipulating you from outside. A word is enough for the wise. I'll leave this at this point. Now I will go to those who call themselves the judiciary in Igbo land. How sad, especially in Ebonyi State. How very, very, very sad. Governor Nwifuru, you are there. It is under your watch. You cannot excuse yourself because people will say you're not in charge. If you are in charge, who is the governor of Ebonyi State? Is Dr. Nwifuru, or I hope I get his name correct. If I don't get it correct, please, people should send me a message to that effect. But Governor Nwifuru, it is under your watch that young Biafra men and women are incarcerated. When they are discharged and acquitted by the court, your prosecutors will go back and seize them from the same court and keep them in prison. 4 years and counting, or 3 years and counting. Three years and counting. It has become the process. And you people may be wondering, you are doing this and nothing is, you think nothing is going on, nothing is happening. For almost 3 good times, there are young men and women, civilians, those who have nothing to do with IPOB, even if they have anything to do with IPOB. Even if they have anything to do with IPOB, you come to a court, you bring them to a court if you have anything against them, and the court discharge and acquit them in the same court premises. You will use security agents to rearrest them and take them back to prison and bring back the same charge again to the same court to charge them. Excuse me. I'm a little bit upset. You bring the same charge again, on and on again. And we are not noticing what is going on. This year will be different. And why, before it becomes different, we are calling out those who need to make amends. Those, Ebonyi is not it's just a case study. It is not in Ebonyi State. From Ebonyi to Enugu to Umuahia, we have our people in prisons. What have they done? Because they said they want freedom. You arrest them, you bring them to court, and when they are discharged and acquitted, you still keep them incarcerated. What manner of oppression is that? Do not forget, he who is, somebody will say, well, what can I lose? Onwabundi mansions, glass houses, Unwabundi, you have a lot to lose. In River State, I believe we still have people there. In Anambra, in Imo, and of course, in Ebonyi, which is our case study, Enugu as well. These governors, if they are not listening, I know that their personal assistants or those close to them are listening. You guys or you people must begin to do a retrospect of why you came assuming you came to serve the people. Are you serving their interest or are you serving the interest of an outsider? What I'm telling you now is that when it will those outsiders cannot save you because they cannot fight. They will not be able to face what will meet them. It is in your hands now to make amends before the time is late. The judiciary must stop unnecessarily wasting the years of our youth, our young men and women. There are 17-year-old girls, boys, teenagers. Imagine if it is your son or daughter. You take them and put them in prison, waste their years, 1, 2, 3, 4 years. You waste it in such a condition. Have your conscience been sad that you do not think anymore? We will awaken it at the appropriate time. And now, this one is to Tinubu and his government. President Tinubu, you can attest to the fact that since you assumed your position in Nigerian way, you have become president, merited or merited. It's a gal. It's irrelevant to us. Since you came into power, IPOB somehow haven't thought it any necessary to confront you. We are not afraid of confrontation. That is what we are born with that. And when we begin, we don't turn back. We have not confronted you, but we are going to confront you if you go ahead with this Ruga nonsense in Igbo land and Biafra land. I repeat it. With this Ruga nonsense, Buhari called it so many names and gave it so many whatever. If Buhari, who is a Fulani man, who is a cattle herder, who have the agenda of their progenitor, who want them to, Uthman Namfodio, to send us all in the Atlantic Ocean. When he didn't succeed, he calling us a dot. If you want to do your Nigerian politics, please don't bring any program, any project that is quoted to flood our land with Fulani people and their cattle herding. Don't do that, except you want to have a real issue with Biafrans and IPOB. And we are ready for you. If this Ruga is a national cake, we don't want it to. We do not want it. If it is a development, we, the Biafran people, we say thank you. Give it to those who want it. How can you people always be insensitive? But we know your agenda. It's not that you're insensitive. You know what you're doing. You know, all of you know what you're doing. You people, the French and the British now to go and destroy the Igbo race, to go and destroy Biafra. They are there. All one, those that will be sent will die in Biafra land. They will die because the land of Biafra and Ada Biafra will eat all of them. We do not need Yoruga, and we do not need any other program in that format. What do you need? Look, these people don't think we are stupid. Though. We are not stupid. Our people are known as farmers and merchants. These, in the days gone by, these are what our people are known for. Merchants and farming. Now tell me, in this very dispensation we are in, we have merchants, Biafran merchants, Igbo merchants all over the zoo. Have the government used their resources to go and forcefully take anybody's land and give it to the Igbo people and say, because they are merchants, they don't have they are in fact, because our merchants, we are not one place. It's like they say the Fulanis are itinerary nature. Our merchant business is also itinerary nature. Have any government done that? So for any one of you to even think that anything to put in our midst to change our demography, I'm telling you, not in this life, not in 1,000 years, it will not happen. Rule your zoo in peace. Don't bring Ruga, and we will continue to face our struggle. We will continue to embark on our project. and we will get there. But if you want to put more trouble into your plate, please bring this Ruga to Biafra land. Bring it. Tinubu, if you're listening or your people are, go and tell him, bring this Ruga to Biafra land. Then I using car will start with you. Land is sacred. And even though those who step their feet on that sacred Ajan, they don't know what it means. But our land is sacred. And there is nothing this generation can do better than to ensure that the sacredness of Ajan Alibo remains as it is. The desecration, the blood that has been spilled, this is what I have always said, that when Biafra comes, the job begins for us. Because it is not just the physical manifestation of a sovereign entity, of a geographic space. It is the work, the spiritual work that we go into making sure that all the desecration of our land is returned to its virgin situation, or virgin position, as it were. And in pursuing this very objective, it behoves every member, everyone, every person who has found himself in the family of IPOB as a principal officer, and you hold any position of service, know you that your position of service is to the service of the Biafran people. It's not for your personal aggrandizement. It's not for your selfishness. It's not for you to begin to make voice note and begin to, not say, who are you? You are nothing. You are on this job. When I'm talking to you, I'm talking to myself, not just other people. I'm talking to myself so that we do not lose focus. We do not take our eyes off the ball. We have entered a critical time in this very struggle. If you make a mistake, you will lose your life. I'm telling you, and I'm telling you honestly. If you have joined this very struggle for personal reasons, and not that it is for you want to make sure that your people and your nation is free, then you are in the wrong place. And if you are a principal officer, you are definitely holding the wrong position. When I was, reading our mission statement, when you look at holistically, in fact, if you put it in 2 sentences, the mission of IPOB is not only that we want a restored Biafra, but we want a restored Biafra in which our people will live and be happy to live as a people, in which they will not be harassed, be killed, be kidnapped, be denied their rights, be denied just simple amenities, and only for somebody to be thinking of bringing murderers and killers into our midst. That is simply why IPOB was set up. And I can understand many of you when I was saying that many of you started this journey at the beginning. Many thought it's coming tomorrow. Oh my goodness, Biafra. But they were not sad in the spirit of Biafra. They only saw the physical manifestation as the ultimate. It's not the ultimate. I say that we will be the rebuilders of that which was destroyed in Biafra. And if you are not morally sound, you are not morally equipped. Because when I hear stories, some of these stories that the principal officers are using their position to work contrary to our objectives, I want to say this today so that it will, everybody, if you did not hear it, somebody will tell you. Your position of service only has one objective: to serve the Biafran people and to serve the Biafran nation. In serving the Biafran people, you're serving yourself. In serving the Biafran nation, you're serving yourself. In making Biafra to be great, you're making yourself to be great. Don't look myopically at yourself to be the objective of you holding a position, because you will make a great mistake going forward. 2025 is here. What are our policy objectives for 2025 going forward? I have enumerated to you how we began, what our struggle is all about. I have also reached out to those who have become a cog in the happiness of our people to have a change of heart. There is consequences when they do not, and that they will. Only will only tell it at that appropriate time, because maybe they will not be there to tell the story anymore. But they have an opportunity now. Ohaneze has an opportunity. The politicians have an opportunity. If you know, whether you're in the House Assembly, and what do they call it? The Nigerian National Assembly, you're in the Senate or whatever, House of Representatives. If you know that you don't have the capacity, you do not have the ability to stand and speak for your people, project their interest and protect and safeguard and defend their interest, you do not have any business calling yourself a politician of Biafran extraction or of Igbo extraction. Now, what does IPOB have in store for Biafrans the year going forward? Our policy objectives will be, for the year 2025, will be a consolidation on the progress already made. Progress already made in so many areas, within and external. I want to just put it that way. We are going to consolidate on the progress. Have we made progress? Enormous progress. But the ones that you can see, I remember when I was telling our people 2 years ago, in fact, IPOB have continued to hammer on this very object or this very subject, and luckily and thankfully, last year that went just passed by, our people, they listened. There is no nation that will allow what it eats to be in the hands of other nations. It doesn't happen. If you do that, you have sold yourself, in fact, less than thorough. There's no nation. That is why IPOB has maintained that the full security of the Biafran nation is not just a question of we having what to eat. It is an issue that concerns our national security as a race, as a people. I will remind you, the time of the war, what the Nigerian government wanted to do was to send poisonous food to our people, then they would decimate everybody. They still have that mindset. The other day, the North said their food will no longer move to the East and whatever, and the West and the East, they are working hand in hand. Don't be deceived. They're working hand in hand. All of them, in all that they do, their target is the people of Biafra, the Igbo nation. You can see it everywhere. Is it in Lagos? Is it in Kanu? In where? You see their actions. They target you, and they target you without apology. Therefore, when we began this very project of going back to the land, we knew that our people, of course, traditionally, we were farmers, but we are adventurous people as well. And we know that because the youths have been enticed out of our land to go to other places to look for how they can make the ends meet. Convincing them about the necessity, about the importance of going back to the farm wouldn't be easy. But I can confidently say today that that message was well received, was well accepted, and it was implemented by our people. And I can as well say, we haven't gotten there yet. No, not at all. We haven't gotten there. We will get to, there's nothing you put in Biafra land that will not bear you fruit. I tell you, this is a rainforest. Don't forget, if anybody can tell you. There is no fertile land you can find anywhere more than you can find in Biafra land. Therefore, the issue of land, our land being fertile, is out of the question. It is for you to take the wheel. It is for you to assume that consciousness and make the step. Farmers are protected in any country. They are, in fact, protected more than even those who create employment, because everybody must eat. So Biafran land will not be a different situation. It will not be a different case. Go back to the farm. You can combine both things, because farming is not those who have the means. You can combine both if you have other businesses that you're doing, but don't neglect the farming. This is one area that we will consolidate as we move into the new year. And I want to tell Biafrans again, like I told you a couple of years, if you are making money in any way, even if it is $100 that you can save, you save this $100, 100,000 naira or 200,000 naira. Don't keep it in naira. Go and put that money in a foreign currency. Either you put it in euro, you put it in Swiss francs, you put it in dollar. Okay, yeah, for now it can still go. Put it in any of these foreign currency, because Nigeria is not, they haven't finished with our people. You have all your millions in the account. Don't ask now. You cannot allow a stick to stick in the eye a second time. And history has a way of repeating itself. Let me just repeat this mantra. And that is There's a truism in that. And it will only repeat itself on those who do not learn from history. Begin to make little savings. Those, and specifically, I'm talking to businessmen, because it is you, the businessmen, who will be the engine upon which the new Biafra nation will begin to operate at its restoration. I don't know if you guys understand me. There, those of you, all of you that are genuinely doing your business, if you make a profit of, let me say, 1 million, take $100, $200, put it somewhere. Don't look at it. Continue to do that, because when the time will come, Nigeria has no money. They have no money, and they are in debt that 10 generations will not be able to pay. And what are they using to pay this, take these loans? Your natural resources. Your natural resources in Biafra land. That is what Buhari used. He used oil. Oil almost wasn't bringing anything. They turned to gas. And the same thing Tinubu is doing. Excuse me. They are using your resources. They are not touching the resources in the north. Gold and the rest of it. They are not touching them all. It's on your own. So before we stop them, we must be prepared, so that when Biafra comes, of course, that will be a story at the appropriate time. But for us not to be told that these are your resources, it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to China. It belongs to India. It belongs to France. It belongs to United Kingdom, because it belongs to Europe, because your government borrowed money and used this as collateral. We will not let ourselves be unprepared. So I said, like I said it last time, I know forget that the money exchange rate has come down, because yes, our people went home. Funds were repatriated from abroad to the zoo. Definitely, there was and there is, as we speak, a surplus of foreign currency. That means the demand wasn't that as high as it used to be. So it stabilized the naira a little bit. But give it a week or two, you come back to where you are. Be prepared. That is my only message to you. Now, in 2025, we will strengthen our internal structures. And this pertains specifically to IPOB. We will strengthen our internal structure to make it be in tune with the realities on the ground. And I will be loath to giving you details, but I want to let you know that IPOB and the Directorate of State and our men on the ground will not allow the status quo to remain going forward. It will not allow the status quo to remain. The policy that governments in our land churn out for our people, we will dissect them. We will review them, and we will take interest. If it does not attune to our objectives, then we will take action on that. That is why I said the internal structure of IPOB will be strengthened to make it ready for the battles ahead. Going into 2025, we already have started asking our people to bring their wealth back to Biafra land. We are doing this with all sense of responsibility. Yes, we are looking for Biafra, but we must ensure that while we are on it, that our people have the opportunity, they have the environment, they have the will to develop their given talents and gifts. Therefore, going into New Year again, IPOB will roll out projects that will attract, in fact, honestly, we do not actually need foreign finance into our land, because the land of Biafra has people. Without a doubt, we have the human resources. We have those who have the capacity to repatriate part of their wealth and businesses to Biafra land, and it will flourish and create employment for our people and develop our land and begin to bring it at par with the Committee of Nations. This enabling environment to allow this massive influx of capital from our people will require that the men on the ground must be very active. And when I talk about the men on the ground, I mean the ESN. It is on this basis that I want to call upon parents and guardians. Of course, the politicians have received their message, or have received their message. Now, parents, I'm giving your own message. And guardians, I'm giving your own message. And youths as well. Listen, and listen very carefully. Those of you who have taken up arms against our people, tabubo, meaning that today is still a day of grace. It does not matter what anybody tells you. If you were 10 at the beginning, you're probably left with 2 or 3. If you can listen to what happened to your colleagues, you have the opportunity to turn a new leaf. And when I say turn a new leaf, I'm not saying you should drop your gun and come and join ESN. No, it can't happen. We cannot be, ESN will never be contaminated with the crime that has been committed by many of you whose hands are dripping with the blood of the innocent in our land. You go out, you go and kidnap a man. You kidnap a man, you ask for the family to give you ransom, they give you ransom, and you kill the man. How much wicked can you be? How much mindless? How much barbaric can you be? And you think because you have a gun? Well, if you don't know, there's something bigger than gun, and many of you already know that. I'm therefore asking parents to call their children to order. At least tell them so that you will not be part of the responsibility when the time will come, because it will be, did you tell your child Did you speak to your word? Talk so that let's say that you spoke and they did not listen. You have done your duty. You have done your part. The consequences that will fall upon him and her alone, and you may not be part of it. But after you have listened to my message today, and you continue to believe that the blood money that your ward or your child will be bringing to you from killing other people is what will make you, I don't know what it's going to make you, but it's not going to make you anything. It's not going to make you anything. Those of you who are in called criminality in our land, using cultism, this is not what your parents sent you to go and do in the university. It's not that you're not the only people who went to university. I can tell you, me, Mazi Doziem, where I went to university is the hotbed of cultism. You must not be part of it. It's not what your parents send you to. Ask. Even if I don't call the school I went to, go ask which country in the zoo in the 90s and 80s and late 20s is the hotbed of cultism in the zoo. Happy found Nemena Imosu na naked and food and the rest of it. Children must denounce all forms of cult activities in our land. Honorable, you that the politicians are using to cause problem. When they will use you and they have used you to their satisfaction, they will dump you, and you will be no hand will cover you, nothing will save you when that time comes. There is a time for you to call yourself to order, and parents, this is a time for you to call your world and your children to order. Biafra land will not be a land of anarchy where cultism and crimes hold sway. On the land of Ajani, I swear that will not happen. Ajana and Igbo. It will not happen. Therefore, you take your time now and retrace your steps. This is where ESN comes in. I can shock Biafrans. Let me even tell you that from the moment Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in 2021, June, July, up to this moment, the indigenous people of Biafra, the Eastern Security Network, and every other arm of this movement has been sustained by the IPOB family members. When something happened in Enugu, they will say, it has happened. ESN, please come. ESN will go. When it happens in Ebonyi, they will say, these people have come. ESN, please. ESN will go. If it happens in Anambra, in Imo, in Abia, it is the same story. We have sacrificed our men for the benefit of the general people of Biafra land. We have sacrificed our sweat, our resources for the good of the land and its people. We will continue to do that because we know that what we have achieved is an impossibility if we were on our own and our ancestors were not with us. It is an impossibility. How can you fight an establishment like the zoo that doesn't know what to do with money and fight them to a standstill? It is not by our power. And that is why I want to publicly acknowledge that our success, we owe it to the ancestors of Igbo land, ancestors of Biafra land, and above all to Chukwuka. And with them before us, our destination and our final, objective is laid bare before us. It is laid bare before us. ESN needs the support of our people, even if it is moral support. We're not asking you to give us your money. Like I said, Chukwokike will provide Ifegeji Wecholiaja. Because we don't even need your money, because we don't want the politicians' money that are their blood money. We cannot contaminate this very holy struggle with such resources. But what I ask you to do is to give these young men, give them the support that they need morally, because they will need it for the battle ahead. Is the battle coming? Yes, it is coming. We will be ready at the land of Biafra, and by our ancestors, we shall be ready. And of course, Chukwokika being our strength. Our men have left the comfort of their homes, like I'm speaking to you here now. Here it is winter in Switzerland. It's cold. Snow is outside. But I'm in the four walls of my apartment here is warm. These men are in the bushes. If it rains, it falls on them. If the sun shines, it falls on them. If the mosquito comes, it falls on them. What they see, it's not all that they see that they will tell you. But it's for you to understand how they have volunteered themselves and making this sacrifice year in, year out. It's about 4 years they were set up. You will see. Where is it? Don't worry. Our actions speak for us, not too much of talking. Our actions is what speaks for us. Therefore, in the Biafra that we are, in the new year that we are entering into, there is a set of people that I must call upon. If you like, misunderstand this. If you like, don't misunderstand it. I'll give you an example. In Switzerland, there is a project. There is a project from the city, the main city of Bern, to a neighboring city where they want to build what we call tram. You call this small, what did they call it again? Metro, something like that. They want to build a metro. This has been on for Chukwuge knows how long. It's been on, if not more than 10 years. And it's been there. The people have voted that this will go in. But do you know some of the reasons why this project hasn't? In fact, now it's taking off. It's taking off after every agreement has been reached. But do you know what was keeping the project from taking off? It is because along the path this metro will pass, there are trees, OCC, both old and young trees. And the people are saying, if you bring this development, it's a development, Are you full? I want people to listen. It's a development. But if you bring this development, it will destroy this tree that has been there for a very long time until compromise was reached and some of these trees will be preserved. And those that will be removed, immediately the project finishes, they will replace the same tree that they removed. Where am I going with this? I am going with this example to what is happening in our land. Our people are mad. Apologies. When I say you're mad, I'm not abusing you or insulting you. But our people have gone mad. Somebody will go into our ancient forest. About me, pastor. Pastor Amore to the man of dog or God. Or he will tell you, no CCRD here. No, you have your custom, you know, no family cost, no, you have problem of your family. Go and bring it down. If you go and cut your Ife dinana before I'm on you go and destroy it. Say no, and again, I don't know. I honestly, I don't even understand what they call, but they will tell you it's a tree that is causing your problem. It's a shrine that is causing your problem. You know, there was a lighter mood that Chimamanda made once. Of course, she said it in a jokey way, in a funny way, but she made a sense. She made some sense in what she said. She was saying that she was more than taken aback when she went to visit some of these things outside of Biafra, that is in foreign countries, and she has to pay money. Those things that we burn, we take it out, put fuel on it, and burn it, and say it is ROC, it is the devil, it is Satan. We burn it. This, don't forget that the white man came and stole many of them from your land. They stole it, or they stole them from your land. And they have, if you see where they put these things, with air condition, man, these things, when it was in our land, it was in the nature. But they now put it, of course, where they put it is not the best. That's not, but for understand why they put it where they put them. And then you will go there and pay money to see this thing from your land. And somebody will call himself a pastor and say, this thing is a problem in your family, destroy it. Excuse me. Hello. I want to say, or ask a question. All those pastors that are, they have nothing in their head to tell their people what their problem is. Imagine for a day, Biafrans, imagine for a day that those who believe in Ordinana, who call upon the ancestors of the land, begins to go and tell their members that it is the church that is causing their problem. Of course, when they do that, it means those Ordinana don't know what they are talking about. It's because the church is not the problem. Will be whether the land is good or not. Now, Oyodna will tell those who believe, they'll call themselves and say, this church is the problem. Let's go and burn it. If that happened once, happened twice, happened thrice, there will be an uproar now. There will be uproar, even internationally. People will say that our people have started persecuting Christians. But now that they are destroying Oro Okibosina, Ebe Belu Megan Ugobelu, Ego Ebe Belu Ugobelu. Live and let live. What is your problem? Biafra land is a place where you can practice what you believe in without you interfering in what other person is believing in. And if he have made it a point of duty for you to continue to go and burn our trees and then burn our bushes because it is, you say it, one day you will go in there, you will not come out. And I want those who have this mindset to stop it before it consumes them. The other thing that I want to talk to our people about is, I ain't want no outside here. we in fact, our brother, those of you who came home for this Christmas time, I'm sure you have gone to the market to go and price only kola nut or oji. If you have no go and look for okwa. If you know, go and look for all these fruit trees that our land was blessed with. You will go and build your house. You will remove part of nature from your environment. My brother, you are not complete. You are not complete. If you go on to continue to cut down these trees, give up folia, what are you going to show your children in 20 years? Pictures, right? Photo. This is how it used to be. This is how we used to have it on this is origin, this is that. Please, my people, our problem is not on the trees we have in our land. They are there to help and assist us, to sustain us. If you build a house and you to have a space, if there are no more space for you to put nkunaboneto, put one in that your compound. Go and sell it. It will benefit you and benefit those around you. If you are too need it, but you will need it. Ijiro money sini, ijiro ndiji the canals and the shafts. Well, I make other things. Their usefulness cannot be overemphasized. This is a long broadcast today, but it is long for a purpose. And I am not speaking long grammar for you. I am giving you a message. Listen to it to your benefit, to your good, to your well-being. Ignore it to your detriment. Those states that have given Chinese people contracts to go into our reserved forest. If you clean all these forests, where are you going to have reserve? Reserve. America, China, all of them, they have their reserves. Forest. You can't go in there to even take a flower. You have to cut a tree. And you governors or whoever call himself a PG or Onyeze or I don't know, you will see the land of your ancestors. You go and give it a foreign to come and cut the trees in the if you do not retrace your steps and if you do not stop. This brings me to the final point I have today. And like I said, I'm sure after this broadcast, people will be turning their head. What is these people going? Where are they going? What are they talking about? My last broadcast, I remember, or the one before, I said that the political system of the Biafran nation will be a natural political system. Natural in the sense is it's not going to be a borrowed system. Don't bother all these this film and a set alone on social media. It has no place in our land. Because if you really want to cleanse the land, if you want to ensure to restore what was destroyed, if you begin on a wrong premise, you will end up causing more calamity upon the land. Therefore, I am today asking those who were initiated, properly initiated into the group of Ndins and also in our league, those who do not have falsehood in their tongue, those who see white and call it white and black and call it black, go and take your also cap and the feather that is usually attached to it, dust it and be ready. For our ancestors has a job for you to do in our land. Ohanes and Nibo is being given the opportunity to amend themselves. And when they do not, we will call our ancestors to take their charge. And therefore, the last message I have is the one that I was given directly to give to our people. And I want to tell you that you have remained focused. You have remained dedicated. You have remained devoted to this cause. Despite the fact that when we started on a very rough terrain. We started on a rough terrain, a terrain that is the base of the mountain, strewn with rocky places and stones. That was where IPOB began this journey. And from that base of the mountain, we moved on. We were climbing this mountain. As we were climbing the mountain, stones get lost. You know, they will lose themselves from where they were held formerly, and roll down towards those of us climbing. Millions of Biafrans. Many could not continue the journey to the top. Many remained on the base of the mountain. Many on the way they stopped. But I can tell you today that those who were committed and those who have given all, we are at the peak of that mountain. We have overcome every of the obstacles that were thrown on our path as we embarked upon the journey to ascend to the highest peak or point of this very movement, of this very agitation, which is a peak upon which we now stand and we look down the plains and we see the lush vegetation of a restored Biafra land. The step to that very large land of Biafra, it will not be as strenuous as what is behind us, but it may come also less but more ferocious. We have to be prepared. We have to be ready. There is no way that we can turn back. We cannot go back to Israel. We cannot go back to the base of the mountain. After seeing the green plains of a freed Biafra nation, we cannot move back. And it is the reason why I am calling on everybody today, the 1st of January 2025, to key into this project. If you let yourself be on the path, be on the sideline, it is left for you. You make your decision. But don't be a stumbling block to this very, very project. Our ancestors, therefore, has asked me to tell Biafrans that they must continue to remain not only devoted, but not let themselves be distracted. Don't do anything in anger or in haste. Onye bube chie ụzọ na-agbagbu onwe n'ọsọ. I know that after this very broadcast, people will begin to go to their dibia to do what they want to do. It's left for you. But I am assuring all of you tonight that we are on this journey not alone. We have never been alone for a long time. And that is why you may be waiting for us to come and act film for you on social media. We won't do that. This project has taken blood of our people, and anybody who is making a caricature of it, his blood will go into it. I therefore thank you, great and wonderful Biafran people, for listening to me today. And I call upon you to join your hands with the leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra. I call upon you today to join your hands with the only defensive mechanism that we have in our land, the Eastern Security Network. These young men and women, they are dedicated to the work that they have been called out to do. And sometimes they watch their comrades fall before their presence. They watch their comrades fall before their presence, yes. But it doesn't deter them. It doesn't stop them. Rather, it propels them to continue on the journey until freedom is achieved. And that freedom we must achieve. That freedom we together shall achieve by the grace of Chukwukikabiama, Ekekere Nigwenova, and of course, by the guidance of Ajanigu and of our ancestors. I thank you for listening, and from me, from here, I say good afternoon, good morning, good night, and good evening. Thank you, and may Chukwukikabiama bless all of you from this day on. To you all great and wonderful Biafran people, I am Mazi Chika Edoziem. I come from Ihe-Oma. Ihe-Oma is in Olu province of Biafra land. By the mercy and grace of Chukwukikabiama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra in the Directorate of State as the head of directorate. Today, the first day of January in the year 2025, I have come to you, great Biafrans, to address you on very, very topical and very important issues concerning us as a people. I as well greet you in the name of the ancestors of our land, and above all, in the name of Chukwukikabiama, I welcome you to this very important broadcast. I will crave your indulgence. My broadcast normally does not last or stay more than 1 hour, but today you have to be patient because this very broadcast is a different format. Let me begin by saying that the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB for short, began the journey of liberation, the journey for self-determination, the journey of freedom, and the journey of liberty when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, without his own knowing, he was called upon to gather the children of Chukwuabiama for the work ahead. He gathered us in their millions. And along the line, like the sower, those who know the Bible story, like the sower who went out to sow, the seedling, the seeds he planted, he was sowing, many fell on unproductive land and ground and withered away. Many fell upon fertile land and they were nourished. They sprout, they grew and bear fruit. That is this in a very concise format, the short history of IPOB to this very moment that I'm addressing you tonight. And I will go ahead to give you a reason why many fell by the side or by the wayside. There are many family members of IPOB today who are not very conversant or who do not actually know what the mission statement of the indigenous people of Biafra contains. Not to talk about other Biafrans who are not even, let me say, our agitation for freedom. They do not look at it in a very, acceptable way, because they are not aware where and what still remains the fundamental objective for which the indigenous people of Biafra was formed. And that is why I said today's broadcast is a different one, because I intend to educate not only IPOB family members, but as well Biafrans and the world in general, so that at the end of today, those who were deliberately and who have been deliberately attributing all manner of criminality and crime and anarchy in our land to IPOB must have a rethink, or they will perish with whatever evil attributions they will attribute to IPOB going forward. The indigenous people of Biafra, everyone who have been baptized in the fire of this very struggle, hold these truths, that we as men, as human beings, we are created. And as we were created, we were as well endowed by our Creator with certain undeniable, inherent, and inalienable rights, among which are the right to life, the right to our liberty, the right to personal and societal development, the right of the Biafran people to pursue happiness and be self-evident, and the right, above all, for us as a people to determine what format, what manner what type of political, cultural, economic, and social system we want to practice in our land. These are the rights that forms part of the fundamental mission statement of indigenous people of Biafra. I'm telling you this today because tomorrow, when people are saying, people may be wondering, we've been on this. Yes, we are on this because we are convinced of the trueness of our cause. What are our objectives as a freedom fighting movement? What are the objectives that we set out to achieve from day one? I am going to be very concise. What I'm giving you today is a concise or abridged format of our mission statement. But I'll give you the ones that are very key for us to take something away today. We as a people, having recognized that endowment by Chukwuabiama, not any other person, having recognized our right to determine our way of life, it is on that basis that we have affirmed our right to be a sovereign, independent, and a free nation and a free people. We, based on that as well, have determined freely our economic, political, and cultural system, as above all, as recognize these freedoms that we, by ourselves, we have recognized it as inherent to us. But the world community has gone a little bit, they have done something practical to collate these rights into a written format and guaranteed these rights to indigenous people as the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous People to Self-Determination, Articles 5, Articles 6, 7, and so on, as well as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. These are rights, these are charters, these are laws, international regulations, international laws that the Nigerian state by itself accepted and domesticated as part of its law. Therefore, apart from our inherent right to self-determination, the Nigerian constitution, the Nigerian ground norm also recognize that we have this right. Again, what propels us? What propels indigenous people of Biafra? It's a question I'm asking. What do you think propels us into pursuing this right despite the dangers ahead, the challenges, and the many bloods of our people that has been spilled by the infamous government of the zoo and those of our collaborators? We took into account the danger of extinction facing us as a people, as a race. Anybody who lies to himself who doesn't understand this fact is lying to himself. The people, the indigenous people of Biafra, every nation that is in this very, very unit We are under danger, a very serious danger of extinction, because those who are after you know who you are. Not only that they know who you are, they want to take over whatever heritage you have been endowed with or endowed upon. It became a duty for us, therefore, to take up that task to ensure that we conserve the cultural heritage and natural values of our people. It became a duty, a call, a responsibility upon all of us that we must conserve our cultural heritage and conserve our national values as a people for the benefit of our children and for the generation yet unborn. I am telling you about the objectives, why we have remained